tell you. Tell you what. 6 minutes late. I can't make it on time. I keep it trying. And it's trying. And I'm going to keep trying. Yeah. It's alright. Let me see. Back to camera number 2. Oh my goodness, my dang is. I'm getting it together. There we go. $5. 10 minutes of server maintenance. What are we gonna do? Panic!
Whilst the king of Jerusalem was pursuing the Ethiopians and horse who fled towards the mountains in the vicinity of the field of battle, the Syrians and the Arabs, who fought in the left wing, were broken by the Count of Toulouse. Hotly pressed by the conquerors, a great number of them precipitated themselves into the sea and perished in the waves. Others sought an asylum in the city of Ascalon, and such was their eagerness, and so numerous were they, that 2,000 were crushed to death upon the drawbridge. Amidst the general rout, AFDHAL was on the point of falling into the hands of the conquerors, and, leaving his sword upon the field of battle, had great difficulty in gaining Ascalon. Historians add that when, from the walls of that city, he contemplated the destruction of his army, he shed a torrent of tears. In his despair, he cursed Jerusalem, the cause of all his evils, and blasphemed Muhammad, whom he accused of having abandoned his servants and disciples. This was a day of terror and death for the Muslims. From the beginning of the battle, the infidels, who had previously burned with a thirst of vengeance, appeared to have no purpose but to escape by flight from an enemy who granted no mercy to the conquered. In their mortal fear, they let fall their arms, and suffered themselves to be slaughtered without offering the least resistance. Their terrified crowd stood motionless on the field of battle, and the sword, to employ the expression of a contemporary, 195, mowed them down like the grass of the field. Some cast themselves on the ground, and concealed themselves among heaps of slain, whilst others plunged into caverns, or scrambled up rocks or trees, where they were shot down with arrows, like birds. 196, AFDHAL, who did not believe himself to be in safety in Ascalon, embarked on board a fleet which had arrived from Egypt. Towards the middle of the contest, all the Egyptian vessels which were near the shore spread their sails, and gained the open sea. From that moment no hope of safety remained for the scattered army of these infidels, who were, as they had said, to deliver the East, and whose multitude was so great, that, according to the expression of old historians, God alone knew the number of them. 197. Such was this battle, whose prodigies poetry has taken delight in celebrating, but which was, in reality, nothing but an easy victory. for the Christians, in which fanaticism even had not the least share. On this day the presence of celestial legions did not animate the battalions of the Crusaders, and the martyrs St. George and St. Demetrius, whom they always believed they saw in great perils, had no occasion to be present in this fight. The Christians must have learned from the rencounter that their new adversaries were much less to be treated than the Turks. The Egyptian army was composed of many different nations which were divided among themselves. The greater part of the Muslim troops had been levied in haste and fought for the first time. The army of the Crusaders, on the contrary, had been proved by many victories, and their leaders were as skillful as they were brave. The bold resolution that Godfrey had taken up guard to meet the enemy raised the confidence of the soldiers and assisted in creating fear and disorder among the Egyptians. 198. If William of Tyre and Robert the monk may be believed, the Christians did not move a single horseman. They might have made themselves masters of Ascalon, but wanted women among the leaders prevented their taking due advantage of their victory. 199. After the defeat of the enemy, Raymond had sent a messenger into the place to summon the garrison to surrender. 200. He wished to plant his standard on the walls of the city and retain the conquest for himself. On the other hand, Godfrey claimed the possession of it and maintained that Ascalon ought to form part of the kingdom of Jerusalem. The debates became very warm. The Count of Toulouse, who found all the leaders of the Christian army against him, listened to nothing but the dictates of his blind anger. He recommended the garrison to defend themselves, and set forward with his troops to return to Jerusalem. Godfrey, after the desertion of Raymond, in vain attempted to besiege the city. The greater part of the Crusaders, impatient to return to their own country, abandoned his colors. And, after making the inhabitants and garrison of Antioch pay him a considerable sum, he was obliged to follow them to Jerusalem. The quarrel which was begun between Raymond and Godfrey before Ascalon was renewed a few days after before the city of Arsuf, situated near the sea, 12 miles to the north of Ramla. The Count of St. Jean, who marched first with his troops, undertook to besiege this place, but as he met with an obstinate resistance, he abandoned the siege, and continued his march, after having warned the garrison that they had nothing to fear from the King of Jerusalem. A short time after, Godfrey, having besieged the city, found the Saracens determined to defend themselves, and as he learned that their resistance was the fruit of the counsels of Raymond, he could not restrain his anger, but resolved to avenge this affront in the blood of his rival. He marched with his ensigns displayed against the Count de St. Jean, who, on his part, was willing to meet him, and prepared for the conflict. The Christians were on the point of proceeding to extremities, when the two Roberts and Tancred threw themselves between Raymond and Godfrey, and used their utmost exertions to appease them. After a long altercation, the two rivals, overcome by the prayers of the other chiefs, embraced in the presence of their soldiers, who had taken part in their animosity. The reconciliation was sincere on both sides. The pious Godfrey, said Albert Guise, conjured his companions to forget the dissension that had broken out among the Christian warriors, and implored them, with tears in his eyes, to remember that they had together delivered the Holy Tomb, that they were all brothers in Christ, and that concord was still necessary to defend Jerusalem. When the inhabitants of Arsuf learned that the leaders of the Christian army were reconciled, they repented of their resistance and engaged to pay tribute to Godfrey. 201. After having received and given hostages as a guarantee of the treaty, Godfrey, followed by all the other chiefs, quitted the territory of Arsuf to return to Jerusalem. The Christian army was loaded with an immense booty. It marched, followed by the droves of cattle it had met on the banks of the Sorek, and brought back all the riches found in the camp of the infidels. As they approached Jerusalem, all the trumpets were sounded, and their victorious flags were unfurled. A crowd of Galileans who came out to meet them filled the air with their songs of gladness. These lively expressions of joy mingled with the hymns of the priests. The echoes, says Robert the monk, repeated the sounds of the warlike instruments and the acclamations of the Christians, and appeared to offer an application of these words of Isaiah: The mountains and the hills shall sing before you the praises of the Lord. The Crusaders entered the holy city in triumph. The great standard and the sword of the Sultan were suspended on the columns of the church of the Holy Sepulchre. All the pilgrims assembled in the very places which the Emir of Dajjal had sworn utterly to destroy, returned thanks to heaven for a victory which crowned all their labors. The victory of Ascalon was the last of this crusade. At length, liberated from their vows, after 4 years of toils and dangers, the princes of the crusade quitted Jerusalem, whose sole means of defense. Now were 300 knights, the wisdom of Godfrey, and the sword of Tancred, who had resolved to end his days in Asia. Some embarked on the Mediterranean, whilst others marched across Syria and Asia Minor. They arrived in the west bearing palm branches in their hands, and singing hymns of triumph on their way. Their return was considered as a miracle, a sort of resurrection, and their presence was everywhere, looked upon as a subject of edification and enthusiasm. Most of them had been ruined by the Holy War, but they brought back from the East precious relics, which were in the eyes of the faithful a veritable treasure. 202, their hearers were never tired of listening to the recital of their labors and exploits. Tears, doubtless, mingled with the transports of admiration and joy when they thought of their numerous companions whom death had swept away in Asia. There was not a family that had not to weep a defender of the cross, or did not glorify itself with having a martyr in heaven. Ancient chronicles have celebrated the heroic devotion of Ida, Countess of Hainaut, who made the voyage to the east, and braved all dangers in search of her husband. Sent Ida, crusaders to Alexius, the Count of Hainaut, with all the persons of his suite, had disappeared, without anyone being able to say what had been their fate. Some said they were still prisoners among the Turks, others that they were killed. I fought through many countries of Asia, but returned to France without having obtained any tidings of her husband. 203. The Count of Toulouse, who had sworn never to return to the West, went to Constantinople, where the Emperor received him with distinction and gave him the city of Laodicea. Raymond the Forge determined to share the destiny of the Count of Toulouse and finish his days in the East. Among the knights, companions of Raymond de Saint-Jean, who returned to their own country, we must not forget Stephen and Peter de Salviac, de Villecasto, whom their age holds up as models of brotherly love. Stephen and Peter de Salviac were twins, and this interest affection united them from their infancy. Peter assumed a cross by the Council of Clermont, and Stephen, although married, and the father of several children, determined to follow his brother into Asia and share with him the perils of so long a voyage. In all battles they were seen, fighting side by side, and they together were present at the sieges of Nice, Antioch, and Jerusalem. A short time after their return to La Corsie, they both died in the same week and were buried in the same tomb. On their tomb may still be read an epitaph which has transmitted to us the remembrance of their exploits and of their touching affection. Gaston de Bern returned with them into Europe. But some years after, having re-entered upon his estates, he again took up arms against the infidels and died in Spain, fighting against Moors. Peter the Hermit, on his return to his country, concealed himself from the eager curiosity of the faithful, and shut himself up in a monastery he had founded at Rumi. 204. He lived there in humility and penitence, and was buried among the Cenobites he had edified by his virtues. Eustace, the brother of Godfrey and Gordon, returned to take possession of the moderate inheritance of the family, and gave no further trouble to fame by his exploits. Alain Frigent, Duke of Brittany, and Robert, Count of Flanders, returned to their states, repaired the evils caused by their absence, and died regretted by their subjects. 205. The Duke of Normandy was less fortunate than his companions. The sight of the holy places, for the long series of labors and evils he had endured in the cause of religion, had had no effect upon his indolent, undecided character. On his return from the Holy Land, he passed through Italy, where he fell in love with Sibilla, the daughter of the Count of Conversena, and allowed his passion to detain him from his duchy more than a year. By this delay he lost the opportunity of ascending the throne of England, to which, after the death of his brother William Rufus, his birth, and the great renown he had acquired in the crusade, gave him undoubted right. When at length he returned to Normandy, he was received with transports of admiration and joy. But, upon resuming the reins of government, he showed nothing but weakness. He gave himself up entirely to debauchery, and surrounded himself by none but dissipated, greedy courtiers, who drew upon him the hatred of his subjects. His brother, Henry I, who had succeeded William Rufus, took advantage of the degraded condition of Robert, and the contempt into which he was fallen, to take possession of Normandy. At the end of a battle, this unfortunate prince was made prisoner by his brother, who led him in triumph to England, and caused him to be confined in the castle of Cardiff, in the province of Glamorgan. The remembrance of his exploits in the Holy Land had no effect in mitigating his misfortunes. After 28 years of captivity, he died forgotten by his subjects, his allies, and the ancient companions of his glory. The return of the Crusaders, and the account of their conquests, excited great enthusiasm, and renewed the eagerness for crusades and pilgrimages among the nations of the West. They were not now affected by the passion for delivering the holy places, but by that of visiting and defending them. Europe exhibited a second time the scenes which had followed the Council of Clermont. New discourses were heard, and fresh miracles related. Cities, lands, and castles were again offered for sale. He who preferred repose and his country to the glory of the holy pilgrimage passed for a very lukewarm Christian, whilst all who had quitted the standard of the crusade were objects of contempt in the eyes of the faithful, and were threatened with the thunders of the Church. A general cry was raised against the brother of the King of France, who could not be pardoned for having abandoned the Christian army in a cowardly manner, and returned to Europe without seeing Jerusalem. Stephen, Count of Chartres and Blois, was not allowed to remain in peace in his states and family. His people were astonished at his shameful desertion, and his wife Adela reproached him with having shrunk from the duties of religion and chivalry. These unfortunate princes, and all who had deserted the standards of the Holy War, were obliged to quit France, and again take the route for Asia. Many of the princes and barons who had not partaken of the enthusiasm of the first Crusaders accused themselves of probable indifference, and were drawn into the general movement. Among these latter was William IX, Count of Poitiers, a relation of the Emperor of Germany, and the most powerful vassal of the King of France. An amiable and intelligent prince, of not at all a warlike character, who loved to take up the pilgrim staff of voluptuous and gallant court, which he had often delighted with his songs. He took upon him the cross at Limoges, and set out for the east, accompanied by a great number of his vassals, among whom were a vast many women and young girls. 206. His example was followed by William, Count of Nevers, Orban, Count of Bourges, and Eudes, Duke of Burgundy. This last prince, perhaps, was influenced less by a desire of visiting Jerusalem than by his anxiety to recover the remains of his daughter Florini, who had been killed at Suino in Asia Minor. In Italy, Albert, Count of Flandres, and Anselm, Archbishop of Milan, placed themselves at the head of a countless multitude of pilgrims. Germany witnessed the departure of Conrad, Marshal of the Emperor, Henry, Wolf IX, Duke of Bavaria, the Princess Ida, Margravine of Austria, and a great number of lords and knights. In this new expedition, as in the first, many of the Crusaders were led away by a desire for seeking adventures and visiting foreign countries. The brilliant success of Baldwin, Bohemond, and Godfrey aroused the ambition of the barons who had remained in Europe. Humbert II, Count of Savoy, who set out for the Holy Land with Huda Great, made a donation to the monks of the Borget in order to obtain, by their prayers, a fortunate establishment consumed at Aeneas' foreign voyage. 207, many lords and knights made similar donations, whilst others founded monasteries and churches, setting out with the hope that God would bless their arms and enable them to acquire rich principalities in the east. The Crusaders assembled in several troops, and crossing the territories of the Hungarians and Bulgarians, united under the walls of Constantinople to the amount of 200,000. These new pilgrims repeated the scenes of violence which had so seriously alarmed Alexius in the first expedition. The Greek emperor, faithful to his policy, opposed force by cunning. He flattered the vanity or the avarice of men he could not subdue, and paid very dearly for the insincere homage of the leaders of the crusade. He called Raymond to his assistance, who was then in his government of Laodicea. The present and persuasive discourses of the Count of Toulouse calmed the perturbed spirits of the Crusaders for a few days. And when they set forward on the march to Palestine, he was charged with conducting them across Asia Minor. Among this confused mass of pilgrims, 208 was a crowd of monks, old men, women, and young girls. They were without discipline, and marched without either precaution or order. But they had such perfect confidence in their arms that they boasted, on leaving Constantinople, that they would go to Baghdad and wrest Asia from the hands of the infidels. Their troop was divided into 3 bodies. At the head of the first were the Duke of Burgundy, the Count of Chartres, the Archbishop of Milan, the Count de Blandres, and Raymond de Saint-Gilles. The Archbishop of Milan, says Albert Dykes, had brought into Asia an arm of Saint Ambrose, with which he gave his benediction to the Crusaders. Raymond carried with him the lens that had been found at Antioch, too, which he looked for new miracles. This first body, advancing towards Paphlagonia, took the city of Ancyra by assault, and laid siege to the fortress of Gangras. The garrison made a strong resistance, and forced the Christians to retire. They were in want of provisions, and entertained but little hopes of obtaining any in an enemy's country. And while sinking into despondency, they quite unexpectedly found themselves confronted by a Turkish army. Khalid Arslan, who had retired to Iconium, which became the capital of his states after the taking of Nice, had got together the remains of his army and recruited his strength. The Sultan of Mosul, that same Hurraga who, 3 years before, had lost the Battle of Antioch, had joined the son of Solomon and burned to meet the Christians again. Although they both had a considerable number of troops, they contented themselves, at first, with harassing the Crusaders in the march. Sometimes the infidels got before the Christians, and ravaged the country and filled up the wells and the cisterns. Whilst at others, they made ambushes for them, and massacred all who strayed away from the main body. The Christian army had suffered much on crossing the defiles of Paphlagonia, and fatigue, hunger, and thirst had threatened weakened the strength of the pilgrims when the Sultans of Mosul and Iconium determined upon giving them battle on the banks of the Euphrates. Raymond, before the engagement, caused the miraculous lance to be carried through the Christian ranks. Whilst the Archbishop of Milan, followed by his clergy, exhibited the arm of Saint Ambrose, and offered up prayers for victory. But neither the prayers of the clergy, nor the sight of the Holy Mass, nor even the prodigies of religious plays by the Crusaders, could secure them a triumph. After a sanguinary conflict, they retired to their camp in great disorder. The Turks, who had met with a determined resistance, did not at first dare to follow up their victory, and satisfied themselves with remaining masters of the field of battle, in plundering the dead. During the night, the Crusaders became aware of the extent of their loss. Raymond and the other terrified leaders sought safety in flight. As soon as their absence was discovered, terror and despair pervaded the camp of the Christians. Everyone attempted to fly, abandoning the baggage, the sick and the wounded. The roads were soon covered with soldiers, women, and children, who embarrassed each other in their confusion, and were ignorant where they might meet with the enemy, or where they should look for the Christian army. The Turks, rendered aware of their victory by the cries and groans which resounded from the neighboring mountains, hastened to the camp of the Crusaders, massacring or making prisoners all they met. They then hotly pursued the fugitives, slaughtering them without mercy. The darkness of the night added to the horrors of this scene of carnage. The pilgrims lost themselves in their confusion, and seemed to seek the swords they wished to avoid. Others stopped exhausted by fatigue, and awaited death as an end of their calamities. When day appeared, the country was covered with the bloody, plundered bodies of the Christians. Raymond de Saint-Gilles, the Duke of Burgundy, the Count of Chartres, the Count of Flandres, and some other nobles, who had fled by different routes, met at Sinope, where they could scarcely gather around them a few thousand men, the remains of an army which had counted under its standards more than 100,000 pilgrims. A second army of crusaders, led by the Count de Nevers and the Count de Vergennes, advanced as far as Ancira, and directed its course towards Heraclea. 209. This army looked for traces of that which had preceded it. But instead of finding the Christians, they soon met with the victorious army of the Turks, which came to meet them, attacked them, and routed them. The Count de Nevers with great difficulty found refuge in Germany Catholicus. Taking to guide some Greek soldiers, he was pillaged and abandoned by them in a desert. He went through the greatest dangers for several days, and, exhausted with fatigue and covered with rags, he at length arrived at Antioch, where the news of his defeat had preceded him. A third troop, composed, according to the authors of the time, of more than 150,000 pilgrims, set out from Constantinople, under the orders of the Count of Poitiers, the Duke of Bavaria, and Hugh de Vermandois. They took possession of Philomelium and Somalia, and marched across devastated provinces towards the city of Stankin, where they expected to unite themselves with the army of the Count de Nevers. It was before the city that the pilgrims heard of the disasters and defeat of the Christian armies that had preceded them. They advanced towards Heraclea, and were not long in meeting with this army of Khalid Arslan, which was waiting for them in an advantageous position. As they had no longer anything to hope for except from their courage, they did not seek to avoid the enemy. A rivulet which separated the Christians from the infidels was the signal and the theater of battle. The Crusaders, pressed by thirst, rushed towards it in crowds. The Turks immediately discharged upon them a shower of javelins and arrows. The two armies were soon completely engaged. But the Christians, fighting in a confined and marshy place, could neither draw up their forces nor make use of the lance or the sword. Their bravery and their efforts were of no avail against the skillful maneuvers of Kurbolga and Khalid Arslan. The Turks penetrated the Christian army everywhere. The carnage was horrible. Scarcely 1,000 of the Crusaders escaped from either death or slavery. The Margravine of Austria disappeared amidst the tumult of the battle. Some say that she was crushed under the foot of the horses, whilst others assert that she fell into the hands of the enemy and went to live and die in the harem of the Sultan of Mosul. The greater part of the women and young girls that followed the Christian army met with the same fate. The Count of Vermandois, pierced by 2 arrows, fled across Laconia, and arrived with a feeble escort at the city of Tarsus, where he died of his wounds. The Duke of Bavaria and the Count of Poitiers, after having wandered a long time in deserts and forests, arrived almost naked at Antioch, in which city were assembled all the crusaders that had escaped after their defeat. The leaders, by gathering together the ranks of their troops, were able to form an army of 10,000 men, with which they marched to Jerusalem. Whilst coasting the Sea of Syria, they took the city of Tortosa, which they gave up to Raymond, although they had accused him, only a few days before, of having been the cause of all their disasters. Upon their arrival in Palestine, they found new enemies to contend with. The Duke of Burgundy 210, and the Count of Blois were killed in a battle fought near Ramla. Argan, Count of Berry, 211, fell alive into the hands of the Saracens, and died in slavery. the Count de Blandres, the Count of Savoy, William, Count of Poitiers, the Count de Nevers, and the Duke of Bavaria only led a small number of their soldiers back to Europe. 212. Such are the principal events of the First Crusade, the commencement and the end of which were marked by the greatest disasters, and which deprived Europe of more than 1 million of men. When we reflect on the energies displayed and the forces employed in this expedition by the West, we are at first astonished that it did not succeed. It has often been repeated, when speaking of this holy war, in which the East beheld an army of 600,000 men brought against it, that Alexander conquered Asia with 30,000 men. It is more than probable that the Greeks who wrote the life of Alexander have diminished the number of his forces in order to heighten the splendor of his victories. 213. But, be that as it may, it must be admitted that the expedition of the Macedonian conqueror did not present the same dangers or the same obstacles that the Crusaders had to encounter. The armies which left Greece for Asia had less to suffer from change of climate or the length and difficulties of the voyage than those who came from the extremities of the West. The Macedonians, in their invasion of the East, had scarcely any nation to contend with but the Persians, an effeminate people, previously several times vanquished by the Greeks. Whilst the Crusaders had to pass through a crowd of unknown, barbarous hordes, and when arrived in Asia, found, as enemies, several nations of conquerors. The Greeks of Alexander's expedition did not go into Asia to introduce new laws, or change the manners and religion of the people. They even adopted something of the costumes and usages of the Persians, which very much facilitated their conquests. 214. In the Crusades, on the contrary, we behold two religions armed one against the other, which redoubled the hatred of the combatants and forbade all approximation. As soon as the standard of Muhammad floated over a city, the Christians fled from it. Whilst the cross of the Christians had the same effect upon the Mussulmans, as the greater part of the Mussulman cities which fell into the hands of the Christians were deserted, the latter were obliged to people the provinces they conquered and exhaust their armies, to found, in some sort, colonies wherever their arms triumphed. If it be allowed that no wars are more sanguinary than religious wars, there are certainly none in which it is more difficult for a conqueror to extend or preserve his conquests. This is a very important observation, if we would appreciate the results of this crusade. On all occasions where bravery alone was required, nothing can be comparable to the exploits of the Crusaders. When reduced to a small number of combatants, they triumphed no less over their enemies, and when they consisted of vast armies, 40,000 Christians obtained possession of Jerusalem, defended by a garrison of 60,000 Saracens. There remained scarcely 20,000 men under their standards when they had to contend with all the forces of the East in the plains of Ascalon. If Alexander performed greater things, and particularly if he conquered a greater number of nations, it was because he commanded a disciplined army, of which he was the absolute leader. All his military and political operations were directed by one same mind and one same will. It was not thus in the army of the Crusaders, which was composed of many nations, and held within itself the fatal germs of license and disorder. The feudal anarchy with which Europe was then distracted followed the defenders of the cross into Asia, and that turbulent spirit of the knights, which constantly led them to have recourse to arms, was precisely that which checked and bounded their conquests. When we think of their ever-reviving discords, of the calamities which were the consequences of them, of that excess of bravery that made them commit so many faults, of that want of foresight which they almost always evinced on the eve of great dangers, one thing alone surprises us, and that is, that they did not entirely fail in their enterprise.
That was a great line. Alright, so I'm going to go to a brief intermission because I got the servers down, and be back momentarily. Let's see. We're still down. Can't believe it. Very serious. Server maintenance, huh? That's catastrophic. Well, I'm gonna get the stuff going again. Get sort of back in the mood or something. Actually, let me start from the beginning. That'll be cool. Bink.
Enterprise. Philosophy may, with some justice, oppose its reasonings to the marvels of this war, but she will find in it an abundant source of profound and new observations. In it she will see man with his inexplicable contrasts. In it she will meet with the passions, with all that characterizes them, with all they possess that most plainly exhibits the human heart and mind. Reason, without doubt, must deplore the disorders, the excesses, and the delirium of the Crusaders. But such is human weakness that we always interest ourselves in great events wherein man is fully developed. The imagination of the most indifferent must be struck within instances of heroism which the history of the Crusades abounds in. If many of the scenes of this great epic excite our indignation or our pity, how many of the events fill us with admiration and surprise? How many names, rendered illustrious by this war, are still the pride of families and nations? That which is perhaps most positive in the results of the First Crusade is the glory of our fathers, a glory which is also a real good for our country. For great remembrances found, the existence of nations as well as families, and are the most noble sources of patriotism. In remotest antiquity, one of those passions which sometimes act upon a whole people precipitated Greece upon Asia. This war, famous and rich in exploits, inflamed the imagination of the Greeks, and was for a great length of time celebrated in their temples and upon their stage. If great national remembrances inspire us with the same enthusiasm, if we entertain as strong a respect as the ancients for the memory of our ancestors, the conquest of the Holy Land must be for us as glorious and memorable and epic as the War of Troy was for the people of Greece. These two wars, however different in the motives, present almost the same results to the enlightened observer. Both offer grand lessons to policy and illustrious models de valor. Both founded new states, new colonies, and established relations between distant nations. Both had a marked influence upon the civilization of the ages that followed them. Both, in short, developed great passions and fine characters, and thus furnished the happiest subjects for the epic muse, who delights only in celebrating prodigies and wonders. When comparing these two memorable wars, and the poetical masterpieces that have celebrated them, we cannot but think that the subject of the Jerusalem delivered is more wonderful than that of the Iliad. We may still further say that the heroes of Tasso are more interesting than those of Homer, and their exploits less fabulous. The cause which armed the Greeks was much less important than that which actuated the Christians. The latter, in some sort, took up arms for the assistance of misfortune and oppressed weakness. They went to defend a religion, able to make them sensible of ills that were endured far from them, and to make them find brothers in regions unknown to them. This character of sociability is not to be found in any belief of the ancients. The Crusaders exhibited another spectacle with which antiquity was unacquainted, the union of religious humility with the love of glory. History shows us constantly these haughty heroes, the terror of Asia, and the Mussulmans, bending their victorious brows to the dust, and marching from conquest to conquest, covered with the sack of penitence. The priests, who exhorted them in battle, only raised their courage by reproaching them with their sins. When they met with reverses, 1,000 voices were raised among them to accuse their own misconduct. and when they were victorious, it was God alone that gave them the victory, and religion forbade their claiming glory from it. 215. The historian may be permitted to think that this difference between the heroes of the Iliad and those of the Holy War is not sufficiently marked in the poem of Jerusalem delivered. 216. Another reproach may likewise be addressed to the bard of Rinaldo and Godfrey. The ideas of magic and gallantry which he has too freely lavished upon his poem are not in accordance with the truth of history. Magic, which is nothing but a sort of degenerated superstition, and which only deals with small things, was but little known to the Crusaders. Their superstition, however gross, had something noble and grand in it, which associated them sufficiently with the spirit of the epic, without the poet having anything to alter. Their character and manners were grave and austere, and exceedingly well suited to the dignity of a religious epic. It was not till long after the First Crusade that magic formed any part of the superstition of the Franks, or that their warlike manners abandoned the prominently epic character which distinguished them, to adopt the romantic character which they had preserved in all books of chivalry. It appears to us that we discover in Tad so much more of the manners of the times in which he lived than of those of the end of the 11th century, the period of the events which formed the subject of his poem. But it does not enter into the plan or the object of this work to carry such observations further. 217. After having spoken of the heroic deeds, and of all that was wonderful in the First Crusade, I will turn my attention to the immediate effects it produced upon Europe and Asia. We are sufficiently well acquainted with the evils by which it was followed. Great disasters are the familiar subjects of history, but the slow and almost insensible progress of the good that may result from a great revolution is much less easily perceived. The first result of this crusade was to carry terror among the Mussulman nations, and to place it out of their power to undertake for a length of time any warlike enterprises against the West. Thanks to the victories of the Crusaders, the Greek Empire extended its limits, and Constantinople, which was the road to the west for the Saracens, was rendered safe from their attacks. In this distant expedition, Europe lost the flower of its population, but it was not, as Asia was, the theater of a bloody and disastrous war. Of a war in which nothing was respected, in which provinces and cities were, by turns, ravaged by the conquerors and the conquered. Whilst the warriors of Europe were shedding their blood on the plains of the East, the West remained in profound peace. Among Christian nations it was then considered a crime to take up arms for any other cause than that of Jesus Christ. This opinion contributed greatly to check the frightful brigandage that had prevailed, and to increase respect for the truths of God, which was, in the Middle Ages, the germ or the signal of the best institutions. Whatever were the reverses of the Crusades, they were less deplorable than the civil wars and the scourges of feudal anarchy that had so long ravaged all the countries of the West. This first crusade produced other advantages to Europe. 218. The East, by the Holy War, was in some sort laid open to the West, which, before, was but little acquainted with it. The Mediterranean became more frequented by European vessels, navigation made some progress, and commerce, particularly that of the Pisans and Genoese, must have been increased and enriched by the foundation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. A great part, it is true, of the gold and silver of Europe was carried into Asia by the Crusaders. But these treasures, heaped up and concealed by avarice and fear, had been long abstracted from circulation. The gold which was not carried away by the Crusaders circulated more freely, and Europe, with a less quantity of money, appeared all at once more rich than it had ever been. We cannot perceive, whatever may have been asserted, that in the First Crusade Europe received any great quantity of knowledge from the East. During the 11th century, Asia had been the theater of the most sanguinary revolutions. At this period the Saracens, but more particularly the Turks, cultivated neither the arts nor the sciences. The Crusaders had no other relation with them but a war of extermination. On another side, the Franks held the Greek among whom, besides, the arts and sciences were declining, in too much contempt to borrow any kind of instruction from them. Nevertheless, as the events of the Crusade had strongly affected the imagination of nations, this great and imposing spectacle was sufficient to give an impetus to the human mind in the West. Several writers undertook to trace history of this memorable period. Raymond Giles, Robert Monk of St. Remy, Thibodeau, Clare the Chartres, Anna Gibbard, Baudry, the Bishop of Dol, and Albert Dykes were contemporary historians, and most of them, ocular witnesses of the conquests and exploits they have described. The histories they have left us are not destitute of merit, and some of them are even better than that which was written of the same kind, among either the Greeks or the Arabs. These writers were animated in their labors by the same spirit of piety which governed the heroes of the cross. This spirit of piety caused them to take up the pen, and persuaded them that they wrote for the cause of God. They would have thought themselves wanting in their duty as Christians, if they had not employed their abilities in transmitting the events of the whole war to posterity. In whatever manner we judge of their motives, we cannot avoid being convinced that they have rendered great services to history, and that without them the heroic times of our annals would have remained without monuments. The wonderful portion of the character of this first crusade likewise awakened the epic muse. Raoul de Caen, 219, who, in his history, sometimes sounds the epic trumpet in order worthily to celebrate the jests of Tancred, is not deficient in either warmth or fancy. The conquest of Jerusalem was during the 12th century the subject of several works in verse. A Limousin knight, Geoffrey de la Tour, called the prior or abbot of the Vaujois, described very tolerably the events of these wars in a large volume all written in his maternal tongue, and in vulgar rhyme, in order that the people might understand it the better. This poem, written in verse, which was the fruit of the labor of 12 years, is lost. Many other similar works have doubtless shared the same fate. But that which remains suffices to prove that human intelligence began to expand at the commencement of the 12th century. Before this period, the science of legislation, which is the first and most important of all, had made but very little progress. Some cities of Italy and the provinces near the Pyrenees, where the Gauls had encouraged the Roman laws, alone exhibited glimmerings of civilization. Among the rules and ordinances that Gaston de Verne made down before his departure for the Holy Land are to be found many points and particulars which deserve to be preserved by history, because they exhibit the feeble beginnings of a legislation which time and fortunate circumstances would perfect. Peace, says this legislator of the 11th century, shall be observed at all times towards clerics, monks, travelers, and ladies and their suite. If anyone takes refuge in the abode of a lady, he shall enjoy security of person, on pain of loss or consequent injury. Let the peasant live in peace. Let his cattle and agricultural instruments be exempt from seizure. 220. These benevolent dispositions were inspired by the spirit of the chivalry, which had made some progress in the wars against the Saracens of Spain. They were particularly the works of the Councils 221, which undertook to put a stop to private wars and the excess of feudal anarchy. The holy wars beyond the seas finished that which chivalry had begun. They perfected chivalry itself. The Council of Clermont and the crusade that followed, it only developed and consolidated all which preceding councils, all that the wisest lords and princes had done for the cause of humanity. Many of the princes of the Crusades, such as the Duke of Brittany and Robert Count of Flanders, signalized their return by establishing wise regulations. A few salutary institutions began to displace the violent abuses of feudalism, and there might be seen, at least in some provinces, what a regime founded by the sword could exhibit of a moderate kind in its legislation. It was in France that these changes were most obvious, because France had taken the greatest part in the crusade. Many nobles emancipated their serfs upon their following them in this expedition. Géraud and Giraud de Damer de Montiel, who followed their brother, the Bishop of Pi, to the Holy War to encourage and reward some of their vassals, by whom they were accompanied, granted them several fiefs by the act, drawn up in the same year as the taking of Jerusalem. We might quote many similar acts made during the crusade and in the first year that followed it. Liberty awaited in the West the small number that returned from the Holy War, who seemed to acknowledge no other master but Jesus Christ. In this crusade the nobility lost some portion of the power which they had abused, but they had more splendor and were held in greater honor. The King of France, although for a long time obnoxious to the censures of the Church, and although he did not distinguish himself by any great personal qualities, had a more tranquil and prosperous reign than his predecessors. He began to shake off the yoke of the great vassals of the crown, of whom several were ruined or perished in the Holy War. We have often repeated that the crusade placed great wealth in the hands of the clergy. But we must likewise add that the clergy composed the most enlightened part of the nation, and that this increase of prosperity was in the nature of growth. After the First Crusade, what seemed, which is always to be observed in all nations that are progressing in civilization, power had a tendency to centralize itself in the hands of him who protected liberty. Glory became the reward of all who were called upon to defend their country. Consideration and riches take a direction towards that class from which intelligence was to be expected. It is certain that knowledge arose in Europe among the clergy, and that they alone were able to consecrate in some way many of the salutary results of the Crusades. As long as the clergy powerfully assisted the progress of civilization, they preserved their wealth. As soon as they went beyond civilization, they lost it. This is the course of things on earth. As long as institutions are favorable to society, society reveres them. 222. When under some relations they are esteemed less useful, they lose their importance. Without any necessity for declamation, we must leave the ingratitude natural to nations to take its course, as we must their inconstancy and to time, which are but too powerful in destroying instruments which society has employed with some advantage. Many cities of Italy had arrived at a certain degree of civilization before the First Crusade, but the civilization, born in the midst of the barbarous age and spread among some isolated nations divided among themselves, had no power to attain maturity. For civilization to produce the salutary effects it is capable of, everything must at the same time have a tendency to the same perfection. Knowledge, lust, morals, power, all must proceed together. This is what has happened in France. 223. Therefore must France one day become the model and center of civilization in Europe. The Holy Wars contributed much to this happy revolution, which may be seen even in the First Crusade. Book B, AD 1099 to 1148. I have related the disasters, the labors, and the conquest of the First Crusaders. I now direct my attention to the kingdom which was founded by their victories, the perils of which several times summoned the nations of the West to arms. If the recital of a war filled with adventures and prodigies has excited the curiosity and surprise of my readers, I trust they will not refuse to follow with me the progress of that distant kingdom, which was the fruit of so many exploits and so much glory, which cost so much blood and so many tears. After having beheld the countless crowds of pilgrims setting out for the deliverance of the Holy Land, they will not be astonished to see 2 or 300 brave knights, the glorious remains of the Christian armies, suffice for the defense of the provinces and cities conquered by the united powers of the West. What spectacle can create more profound reflection in the minds of thinking and enlightened men than that of an people cast, as it were by a tempest, on a foreign shore, in the midst of a country from which the arms, religion, and customs of numerous nations are unceasingly employed to expel them. The country in which the Crusaders had just established themselves, and which the monuments of religion and history rendered saluting, the nations of the West, constituted the kingdoms of Judah and Israel of antiquity. When the Romans carried their arms into this country, its new masters added to the name which the Jews had given it Palestine, or the country of the Palestinians. It was founded on the south and east by the deserts of on the west by the Mediterranean, and on the north by the mountains of Venice. At the period of the Crusades, as at the present time, a great part of the soil of Palestine, upon which rise the barren mountains of Shin, Hebron, Hebel, and Galilee, presented the aspect of land upon which the curses of heaven had fallen. This land, formerly promised to the elect people of God, had several times changed inhabitants. All the sects, all the dynasties of the Muslims had disputed the possession of its sword in hand, and revolutions and wars had left numerous memorable ruins in its capital and in the greater part of its provinces. The religious ideas of the Muslims and the Christians seemed alone to give importance to the conquest of Judea. History must, however, guard against the exaggeration with which certain travelers have spoken of the sterility of this unfortunate country. 224 amidst the calamities which, during many ages, desolated the provinces of Palestine, some traces of its ancient splendor may still be perceived. The shores of the Lake of Galilee and of the Jordan, some valleys watered by the Bezer, the Arnon, and the Jeddah, and the plains contiguous to the sea which war had not ravished, still recall by their fertility the promises of Scripture. Palestine yet boasted some nourishing cities, and several of its ports offered a commodious asylum to the vessels of Asia and Europe. In the condition of Palestine at that time, if the territory had been entirely subject to all three, the new king might have equaled in power the rule of the Muslim princes of Asia. But the young kingdom of Jerusalem consisted of the capital and about 20 cities or towns in its neighborhood. Several of these cities were separated by places still occupied by the infidels. A fortress in the hands of the Christians was near to a fortress over which floated the standard of Muhammad. In the surrounding country dwelt Turks, Arabs, and Egyptians, who all united to make war upon the subjects of Godfrey. The latter were not free from alarm even in their cities, which were almost all badly garrisoned, and found themselves constantly exposed to the terrors and evils of war. The lines remained uncultivated, and all communications were interrupted. Amid so many perils, several of the Latins abandoned the possessions which victory had bestowed upon them, and that the conquered country might not be left without inhabitants, the interest of property or proprietorship was called into strengthened wavering love for the new abode. Every man who had remained a year and a day in a house or upon cultivated land was recognized as the legitimate proprietor of it. All rights of possession were annulled by an absence of the same duration. The first care of Godfrey was to repel the hostilities of the Saracens and to extend the frontiers of the kingdom entrusted to his defense. By his orders, Tancred entered into Galilee, took possession of Tiberias and several other cities situated in the neighborhood of the lake of Gennesaret. As a reward of his labors, he obtained possession of the country he conquered, which in the end became a principality. Tancred, master of a rich province, advanced into the territories of Damascus, whilst Godfrey, in a fortunate excursion, imposed tributes upon the emirs of Caesarea, Ptolemy, and Ascalon, and brought to submission the Arabs dwelling on the left shores of the Jordan. He was returning victorious to Jerusalem when the city of Ephesus, which had surrendered after the Battle of Ascalon, refused to pay tribute and shook off the yoke of the Christians. Godfrey resolved to lay siege to this rebel city. 225, he collected his troops, marched them towards Assur, and proceeded to attack the town. Already had the rolling towers approached the ramparts, the rams had shaking the walls to their foundations, and the city was about to be carried, when the besieged and fallen motor defense were the only of barbarians. Gerard of Avesnes, who had been left with them as an hostage by Godfrey, was fastened to the top of a very high mast which was attached to the very long against which the efforts of the besiegers were principally directed. At the price of the inevitable and inglorious death, the unfortunate Christian might put aside in painful cries and conjured his friend Godfrey to save his life by voluntary retreat. This cruel spectacle pierced the heart of Godfrey, but did not shake either his firmness or his courage. As he was sufficiently near to, Gerard had the vessels to make himself heard by him. He exhorted him to merit the crown of martyrdom by his resignation. "It is not in my power to save you," said he. "If my brother Eustace were in your place, I could not deliver him from death. Die, then, illustrious and brave knight, with the courage of a Christian hero. Die for the safety of your brethren and for the glory of Jesus Christ." These words of Godfrey gave Gerard and Addison the courage to die. He begged his own companions to offer at the holy sepulchre his horse and his arms, that prayers might be there for the health of his soul. 226. A short time after he died under a shower of darts and arrows launched by hands of the Christians. The soldiers of Godfrey, on witnessing the death of Gerard, burned with rage to revenge him, and redoubled their efforts to render themselves masters of the city. On their side, the besieged reproached the Christians with their barbarity, and defended themselves with vigor. The great fire consumed the towers and the machines of the besiegers. Godfrey had lost a great number of his soldiers, and despaired of reducing the city, which receives the course by sea. As winter was approaching, he resolved at last to raise the siege and return to Jerusalem, deeply affected at having caused the death of Gerard of Essence without any advantage to the cause of the Christians. During the siege of Hester, several hunters from the mountains of St. Maria came to visit Godfrey. They were struck with the greatest surprise when they found the king of the Christians without a guard, without some door, sleeping on a straw pallet like the meanest of the soldiers. They were not less astonished when, at their request, he exhibited before them his extraordinary strength by cutting off the head of a camel at a single blow of his sword. The Emirs, after having offered presents to Godfrey, returned to their own country and related the wonders they had seen. The recitals, which history has not disdained, contributed greatly to increase the fame of the King of Jerusalem. When Godfrey reached his capital, he learned the approach of a great number of pilgrims, the greater part of whom were Christians and Genoese, led by the Bishop of Ariana and Dimler, Archbishop of Pisa. 2. The Christians arrived from the west for Albanian, Prince of Antioch, Baldwin, Count of Edessa, and Raymond, Count of Toulouse. These latter had come to visit the holy places and to celebrate the epoch of the birth of Christ at Jerusalem. Godfrey went out to meet the pilgrims as far as Bethlehem with his knights of the clergy. After they were coming to the holy city, says an old chronicle, the king received them and feasted them magnificently, and detained them in Judea during the winter, being much gratified with the presence of his brother Baldwin. David, Archbishop of Pisa, had come to Palestine as legate from the Holy See. By means of presents and promises, he got himself to be named Patriarch of Jerusalem in the place of Archelaus. This prelate, brought up in the school of Gregory VII, maintained with warmth the pretensions of the Holy See, and it was not long before his ambition introduced trouble among the Christians. In places even where Christ had said that his kingdom was not of this world, he who called himself his vicar desired to reign with Godfrey, and demanded the sovereignty of the part of Jaffa and of the quarter of Jerusalem in which the Church of the Resurrection was built. After some debates, the pious Godfrey yielded to the imperious demands of David. And such was then the ascendancy of the Church and the clergy that the new king was obliged to consent to a treaty by which the kingdom should belong to the Patriarch if Godfrey should die without children. Godfrey thus acknowledged himself the vassal of the sovereign pontiff, and received from the Pope and his legate permission to reign over a country conquered by his arms. Bohemond and Baldwin consented at the same time to receive from the Pope the investiture of their principalities. The Prince of Antioch had refused to render homage to the King of Jerusalem, but he did not hesitate to acknowledge himself the vassal of a power which bestowed empires and was able to send fresh armies into the east. In the meantime, the wise Godfrey, after having freed his territory from the incursions of the Mussulmans and carried the terror of his arms beyond the Jordan, reflected that victory was not all that was required to found a state. His capital had been depopulated by the sword of the Crusaders. Several other cities, like Jaffa, had lost the greater part of their inhabitants. and this new king reckoned among his subjects Armenians, Greeks, Jews, Arabs, renegades from all religions, and adventurers from all countries. This state, confined to his care, was like a place of passage, and had no other supporters or defenders, but travelers and strangers. It was the rendezvous and the asylum of notorious sinners, who came thither to mitigate the anger of God, and of criminals, who thus eluded the justice of men. Both of these were equally dangerous when circumstances weakened their passions, or when fear and repentance gave way before new temptations. Godfrey, according to the spirit of feudal customs and the laws of war, had divided the conquered lands among the companions of his victories. The new lords of Jaffa, Tiberias, Ramla, and Nablus scarcely acknowledged the authority of the king. The clergy, encouraged by the patriarch, assumed the tone of masters, and the bishops exercised a temporal power equal to that of parents. Some attributed the conquest of the kingdom to their lure, others to their prayers. Everyone claimed the reward of either his piety or his labors. And whilst the greater party had domination, all insisted upon independence. Godfrey undertook to rule so many conflicting pretensions and to bring a tumultuous government into some regular form. In order that the execution of his project might have the greater solemnity, he chose the circumstance which had conducted the Latin princes to Jerusalem. After having accompanied them as far as Jericho to celebrate for them the festival of the Epiphany, he returned to his capital, where he assembled the enlightened and pious men of the city, of whom he formed the states, or the assizes, of his kingdom. In this solemn assembly, the first care was to regulate and determine the duties of the barons, the lords, and the common subjects towards the king, and the duties of the king towards the lords and subjects. The king was to undertake to maintain the laws, to defend the church, to protect widows and orphans, to watch over the safety of both people and lords, and to lead in war. The lord, who was the lieutenant of the prince, as regarded his vassals, was to guarantee them from insult, and to protect their property, their honor, and their rights. The first duty of the counts and barons towards the king was to serve him in council and fight. The first obligation of the subject or a vassal towards his prince or his lord was to defend him or avenge him in every case of outrage, and to protect the honor of his wife, his daughter, or his sister, to follow him in all perils, and to surrender himself as hostage for him if he fell into the hand of his enemies. 227. The king and his subjects, the great and small vassals, mutually engaged their faith to each other. In feudal hierarchy, every class had its privileges maintained by honor. Honor, that grand principle among knights, commanded all the repulse and injury inflicted upon a single one, and thus became restrained within just limits, the security of public liberty. War was the great affair in a kingdom founded by knights and barons. Everyone capable of bearing arms was reckoned as something in the state and protected by the new legislation. All the rest, with the exception of the clergy, whose existence and privileges were held by divine right, were reckoned as nothing and scarcely merited any attention from legislators. The assizes of Jerusalem did, indeed, deign to take notice of villains, slaves, peasants, or cultivators, or captives taken in war, but they were only considered in light of property of which they wished to assure the enjoyment to its legitimate possessors. Those who had lost them could reclaim them as they could a falcon or a hound. The value of a falcon and a slave was the same. A warhorse was estimated at more than double the value of a peasant or a captive. The laws did not condescend to notice these unhappy classes, and left it to religion alone to protect them, to watch over the execution of the constitutional laws of the state, and to decide in all disputes. 2 courts were instituted. The one, presided over by the king, and composed of nobles, was to pronounce judgment upon differences among the great vassals. The other, presided over by the Viscount of Jerusalem, and formed of the principal inhabitants of each city, was to regulate the interests and the rights of the citizens and the common people. a third court was instituted, which was reserved for Oriental Christians. The judges of it were born in Syria, spoke its language, and decided according to the laws and usages of the country. Thus all the citizens of the kingdom were judged by their peers, and enjoyed the benefits of an institution which has not been despised in ages much more enlightened. The Franks, with their warlike character, were certain to evince disdain for the slow and often uncertain forms of justice. They adopted in their legislation made for the East the ordeal by iron or fire, which had taken its birth among the nations of the North. Judicial combat was also admitted in criminal causes, and sometimes even in civil ones. Among warlike people, everything must present the image of war. Every action commenced against a tyrant or an eye was, in his eyes, an injury and a crime that he ought to be called sin. Christian knights were likewise persuaded that God would not allow innocents to succumb in unequal combat, and victory appeared to them at once the triumph of human laws and divine justice. Such dispositions still bespeak the barbarity of the most remote ages. But a great number of other laws attest the wisdom of legislators of the Holy Land. Their code contained every institution that was reasonable in the feudal system. Palestine was then blessed by the revival of wise laws created for Europe, but which Europe had forgotten amidst the anarchy of civil wars. Many innovations made in feudal legislation in some of the states of the West, particularly the cities of Italy, were consecrated in the new laws of Jerusalem. It must be believed that in this circumstance religion sometimes mingled her useful inspirations with those of human sagacity. Justice and humanity assumed the more sacred character in the presence of the Holy Tomb. As all the subjects of Godfrey were called upon to defend the cause of God, the quality of a soldier of Jesus Christ might make the dignity of man respected. If it be true that the establishment of the Commons or a second court was the work of the Crusaders, we cannot, with truth, assert that these wars contributed nothing towards the progress of civilization. The laws which they made, and which may be plainly seen the first glimpses of regulated liberty, were a new spectacle for Asia. They must likewise have been a subject of surprise, and a means of instruction for Europe itself, where pilgrims related, on their return, the usages and customs established by the Franks in the Holy Land. This code of legislation, the best, or rather the least, imperfect that had existed previous to that time, and which increased, or was modified under other reigns, was deposited with great pomp in the Church of the Resurrection, and took the name of the Assize of Jerusalem, or letters of the Holy Sepulchre. After this ceremony, which was performed in the presence of all the pilgrims, the Latin princes then of Jerusalem returned to their own states. Baldwin to Edessa, Balaam to his principality of Antioch, and Raymond to Laodicea, of which he had rendered himself master, in which he governed in the name of the Emperor of Constantinople. Scarcely had Tancred returned to his principality when he was attacked by all the forces of the Sultan of Damascus Godfrey, accompanied by his faithful knights and a great number of pilgrims eager to fight under his command, repaired immediately into Galilee to flee the Saracens, and pursue them to the mountains of Libanus. As he was returning from this expedition, the emir of Caesarea came out to meet him, and presented to him an offering of some of the fruits of Palestine. Godfrey only accepted a single cedar apple, and almost directly fell ill. This malady, which they did not hesitate to attribute to poison, created the most serious alarm among his followers. Godfrey with great difficulty reached Jaffa, whence he was conveyed to his capital, where he died, committing to the companions of his victories which are to the glory of religion and of the kingdom of Jerusalem. His mortal remains were deposited within the enclosure of Calvary, near to the tomb of Christ, which he had delivered by his Lord. His death was mourned by the Christians, of whom he was the father and support, and by the Muslims, who had often experienced his justice and his clemency. History is clear in what the Holy Scripture says of Judas Maccabeus. It was in golden Christ, the glory of his face, when, like a giant, he put out his arms in the fight, and his sword was the protection of the whole camp. Godfrey of Bouillon surpassed all the captains of his age in his skill in war. and, if he had lived some time longer, would have merited a name among great kings. In the kingdom he found that he was constantly held up as a model for princes as well as warriors. His name still recalls the virtues of heroic times and will live honored amongst men as long as the remembrance of the Crusades. After the death of Godfrey, great disputes arose upon the choice of his successor. The patriarch Dagobert endeavored to avail himself of the rights conveyed by the promises of Godfrey and claim the throne of Jerusalem. But the barons would submit to no chief but one of their companions in arms. Garnier, Count de Bray, took possession of the Tower of David and of the other fortresses of Jerusalem in the name of Baldwin, Count of Edessa. The patriarch invoked the authority of the church to the assistance of his cause. And as Count Garnier died suddenly, the clergy of Jerusalem attributed his death to divine justice, which the impious projects of the barons and knights had offended. Dagobert wrote to Bohemond, Prince of Antioch, and conjured him to come and defend what he called the rights of the church and the cause of God. Jerusalem was filled with agitation and trouble. But whilst they were tumultuously deliberating, deputies from Antioch came to announce that their prince had been surprised in an expedition against the Turks and was held prisoner by the infidels. This news spread consternation and grief among the Christians, and made them more sensible of the necessity for calling Baldwin to the throne, with whose they were so well acquainted. Baldwin, 228, to whom deputies had been sent, shed tears on learning the death of Godfrey, but soon consoled himself with the hope of obtaining a crown. The county of Edessa had become richer and more extensive than the new kingdom of Jerusalem, several cities of which still belonged to the Saracens. But such was the active and enterprising spirit of Baldwin that the prospect of a kingdom to be conquered appeared to him preferable to a country of which he was in peaceful possession. After having given up the county of Edessa to his cousin Baldwin du Bourg, he began his march with 400 horsemen and 1,000 foot. The ears of Edessa and Damascus, informed of his intended march, laid way for him in the narrow and difficult roads near the coast of the Sea of Phoenicia. Baldwin feigned to fly before the army of the infidels, and having drawn them into an open country, routed them, making a great many prisoners, whom he carried to Jerusalem. 229. The knights, the barons, and a portion of the clergy came out to meet the conqueror. Baldwin made his triumphant entrance into the city in the midst of the acclamations of the whole Christian population, who flocked eagerly to see the brother of Godfrey. But whilst the inhabitants thus manifested their joy, the patriarch, with some of his partisans, protested against the election of the new king, and, feigning to believe that he was in safety nowhere but close to the tomb of Christ, retired in silence to Mountshon, as if to seek an asylum there. Baldwin did not think it worthwhile to disturb the retreat of the patriarch, and, satisfied with having obtained the suffrages of the barons and knights, wished to assure to himself new titles to the crown by gaining more victories over the Saracens. He marched from Jerusalem, followed by his bravest knights, and presented himself before Ascalon. This season being too far advanced to lay regular siege to the city, he ravaged the enemy's country, penetrated into the mountains of Engaddi, surprised Seeger, and seized a troop of brigands in a cavern which they had chosen as a place of retreat. In this campaign, which was little more than a pilgrimage, the soldiers of Baldwin passed along the shores of the Dead Sea, the sight of which recalled the memory of the punishment of Sodom. They visited the valley famous as the burial place of the ancestors of Israel, and that in which it is believed Moses caused a stream of living water to spring from the side of the barren rock. The Christian soldiers were never weary of admiring these places, rendered sacred by scriptural remembrances. The historian Valgerda Chartres, who accompanied Baldwin, displays in his recital the greatest enthusiasm, and tells us with lively joy that he watered his horses at the miraculous fountain of the legislator of the Hebrews. 230. The little army of the Christians came back to Jerusalem loaded with booty. After Baldwin's return, the patriarch did not venture to say anything more about his pretensions, and consented to crown the successor of Godfrey with his own hands. The ceremony was performed with great solemnity at Bethlehem, in the presence of the barons, the bishops, and the principal people of the kingdom. Tancred was not present at the coronation of the new king, for the two companions of Godfrey had not forgotten their ancient quarrel. Tancred had protested against the election of Baldwin, and refused to pay him homage. Baldwin, on his part, disputed Tancred's right to the Principality of Galilee, and summoned him to appear before him as a contumacious vassal. The reply of Tancred was laconic, and full of proud contempt for his rival. "I do not know," said he, addressing the messengers of Baldwin, "that your master is king of Jerusalem." He did not deign to make any reply to the second summons. At length, their mutual friends employed prayers and entreaties, to which Tancred reluctantly gave way. The two princes agreed to have an interview between Jerusalem and Jaffa, in which interview Tancred consented to forget past injuries, but would not renounce a principality which he held from Godfrey. The debates between the Prince of Galilee and the King of Jerusalem were not terminated when messengers arrived from Antioch, conjuring Tancred to repair immediately to their city, to govern a state which had been without a head since the captivity of Bohemond. Tancred yielded to their entreaties, and immediately set out for Antioch, abandoning to Judah St. Omer the city of Tiberias and the Principality of Galilee. These differences which Tancred did not impede Baldwin's wars against the infidels, or his endeavors to extend his young kingdom. Whilst Persia, Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia could bring numberless armies against the Christians, Baldwin could only muster under his standard a small body of warriors, to whom were added a few pilgrims from the west, the greater part without horses and very badly armed. His bravery and activity surmounted all obstacles, and carried him through all dangers. From the beginning of his reign, we see with surprise the kingdom of Jerusalem, disturbed in its infancy by discord, and only defended by a few knights, rise in the midst of formidable enemies, and carry terror amongst neighbors much more powerful than itself. The king of Jerusalem took advantage of the arrival of a Genoese fleet to punish the rebellion of the inhabitants of Arsar, and to lay siege to their city both by sea and land. On the third day the city fell into the hands of the Christians. A short time after, Baldwin besieged Caesarea, a city built by Herod in honor of Caesar. The siege was carried on with vigor. On the 15th day everything was ready for a general assault, and as soon as the trumpet had given the first signal, all the soldiers confessed and received absolution for their sins. The patriarch, clothed in white vestments, with a crucifix in his hand, led them to the foot of the ramparts. The city was soon taken, and the inhabitants put to the sword. The Christians, particularly the Genoese, carried away by a thirst for pillage, and still more by vengeance and the fury of battle, stained their victory by horrible cruelties. 231. The Mussulmans who escaped from the massacre of Caesarea carried terror into the cities of Ptolemy and Ascalon, and all the countries still under the domination of the Egyptians. The Caliph of Egypt, to revenge the death of his warriors, assembled an army which advanced as far as the country round Ramallah. Baldwin got together, in haste, a troop of 300 knights and 1,000 foot soldiers, and marched to meet him. When he perceived the standards of the Egyptian army, 10 times more numerous than that of the Christians, he represented to his soldiers that they were going to fight for the glory of Christianity. If they fell, heaven would be open to them. If they triumphed, the fame of their victory would be spread throughout the Christian world. There could be no safety in flight. Their home was beyond the seas. In the east there was no asylum for the conquered. After having thus innovated his soldiers, Baldwin divided his troops into 6 battalions. The 2 first, on charging the enemy, were overwhelmed by numbers. 2 others, which all shared the same fate. 2 bishops, who were with Baldwin, then advised him to implore the mercy of heaven. And, at their desire, the king of Jerusalem alighted from his horse, fell on his knees, confessed, and received absolution. Springing to his feet, he resumed his arms and rushed upon the enemy at the head of his 2 remaining battalions. The Christian warriors fought like lions, animated by their war cry victory or death. Baldwin then attached a white kerchief to the point of his lance and thus pointed out the road to carnage. The victory was for a length of time uncertain. But at last, says an historian, the rain fog was declared in favor of the soldiers of Christ. The Egyptian army had lost its leader and was entirely routed. 5,000 infidels remaining on the field of battle. The enemy fled in such complete disorder that they abandoned their tents and their baggage. As Baldwin was pursuing them, his ear was struck by the plaintive cry of a woman. He checked his war horse and perceived a female Muslim in the pains of childbirth. He threw his mantle to her to cover her and ordered her to be placed on carpets laid upon the ground. By his command,
COVID testing.
in the skin of water were
Mine's up
brought
here.
to his bed of pain, and a female camel furnished milk for the nourishment of the
Put your head
newborn
back.
child. The mother was confided to the care of a slave, with orders to conduct her to her husband. The latter, who held a distinguished rank among the Mussulmans, shed tears of joy
See?
on beholding a wife whose death he was
over
lamenting,
before you know.
and vowed never to forget the generous action of Baldwin. Conqueror of the Saracens, the king of Jerusalem had sent back his troops and was
Come on, buddy.
reposing at Jaffa
That's
after the
good.
fatigues of the war,
Right here.
when
Up.
he learned that the Muslim army had rallied and was in full march to attack the Christians. Baldwin, whom victory had rendered rash, though assembling all his troops, went immediately to meet the enemy at the head of 200 knights and a few
help,
troops
help.
from the west. Not at
Please
all
don't kill.
deceived by the number of the Saracens, he gave battle. But at the first charge, the Christians were surrounded and only sought a glorious death, fighting by the side of their leader.
Please,
The
don't
king
kill
of
me.
Jerusalem,
I'll do anything.
obliged to fly, concealed himself among the long, dried grass and bushes which covered the plain. As the Saracens set fire to these, Baldwin with difficulty escaped being burned alive, and, after many perils, was glad to take refuge in Ramlah. Night checked the pursuit of his enemies, but on the following day, the place which served him as an asylum was threatened with
This
an
guy
immediate
is-
siege, and had no means of defense. Baldwin was a prey to the most distressing anxiety when a stranger, who had by some means got into the city, demanded to speak instantly with the king of Jerusalem. It is gratitude, said he to him, which brings me here. Thou hast been generous toward the one who is most dear to me. Thou hast restored her to me and her family
You
after
believe
having
that?
saved her life.
Could've watched
I
over.
brave 1,000 dangers to acquit myself of so sacred a debt. The Saracens surround the city of thy retreat on all sides. Tomorrow it will be taken, and not one of its inhabitants will escape death. I come to offer thee means of safety. I am acquainted with a path which is not guarded. 232. Hasten, then, for time presses. Thou hast but to follow me. Before the dawn of day thou wilt be among thy people. Baldwin hesitated. He shed tears at the idea of what must be the fate of his companions in misfortune. But, at length, he yielded to the generosity of the Muslim emir, and, accompanied by a weak escort, they both departed from the city in the middle of a stormy night. On, gaining the distance of a few minutes from Ramlah, they separated with tears in their eyes. The emir rejoined the Muslim army, and Baldwin succeeded in getting to the city of Arsar. At break of day, the Saracens advanced towards the ramparts of Ramlah. They quickly gained possession of the city, and all they met within the place were massacred. Some soldiers who escaped the Saracens' swords carried the sad news to the neighboring cities. It was the first defeat the Christians had experienced since their arrival in Palestine.
Taking damage there.
As it was confidently
Head
said
leg.
that Baldwin had been slain at the taking of Ramlah, this loss added greatly to the general consternation. The great bell of Jerusalem announced the approach and invasion of the Saracens. The priests, the monks, the pilgrims, clothed in sackcloth and barefooted, went in procession through the streets of the holy city. women and children filled the churches, and with tears in their eyes and uplifted hands implored the mercy of heaven. The bravest were beginning to despair of the safety of the kingdom, when all suddenly appeared among his people, says William of
Somebody help me over here.
the morning star, and revived their hopes by his presence.
Gonna be killed.
The king of Jerusalem assembled at Jaffa the wreck of his army, and the Christian cities sent in all their inhabitants capable of bearing arms. Several princes and knights arrived from the west, likewise joined him. The Christians marched boldly forth to meet the Muslims, the patriarch of Jerusalem carrying through the ranks the word of the Holy Cross. The war cry of the Christian soldiers was, Christ lives, Christ reigns, Christ commands. 233, the two armies pursuing, sight of each other on the plains of Jaffa, and instantly the trumpets sounded and gave the signal of battle. Both sides fought with fury. The infidels surrounded the Christians and pressed them so closely that they had scarcely room to wield their arms, and victory was on the point of being determined in favor of the Muslims, when Baldwin, snatching the white flag from the hands of his squire, and followed by 160 knights, rushed into the very thickest ranks of the enemy. This act of bravery decided the fate of the battle, and the Christians regained their courage. The fight lasted during the whole day, but towards the approach of night, the Muslims fled in disorder, leaving dead upon the field the emir of Ascalon and 4,000 of their bravest soldiers. Baldwin, who, some few days before, had been believed to be dead, re-entered Jerusalem in triumph. He gave a great part of the booty to the Hospitallers of St. John, whose office it was to entertain the poor and all homeless. And, to employ the expression of an old chronicle, he thus shared with God the spoils of the Saracens. The Christians assembled in the churches rendered thanks to God for the deliverance of the kingdom. But this last victory could not dry all the tears which a first reverse had caused to flow, and funereal hymns were mingled with the songs of joy. In this campaign perished many of the princes and knights who had left Europe after the First Crusade. Stephen, Count of Chartres and Blois, and Stephen, Duke of Burgundy, who had arrived in Palestine with the remains of an army dispersed by the Turks in Asia Minor, were killed under the walls of Ramla. As the Greeks were accused of having prepared the ruin of the army sent to the assistance of the Latins, murmurs arose in all the Christian colonies against the Emperor Alexius. This prince, constantly in dread of the powers of the West, sent to congratulate the King of Jerusalem on his victories, and exerted himself to procure the liberty of the Christians who had fallen into the hands of the Egyptians and Turks. After having delivered or ransomed some Christian knights, he received them at Constantinople, loaded them with presents, and sent them back to their own country. But whilst thus breaking the chains of a few captives, he was equipping fleets and raising armies to attack Antioch, and obtain possession of the cities on the coast of Syria which belonged to the Latins. He offered to pay the ransom of Elhaman, still a prisoner among the Turks, not for the purpose of setting him at liberty, but to have him brought to Constantinople, where he hoped to obtain from him the renunciation of his principality. Ptolemy, who saw through the projects of Alexius, gained the will of the emir who detained him prisoner, promised him his alliance and support, and persuaded him to accept for his ransom half the sum offered by the Emperor of the Greeks. After a captivity of 4 years, he returned to Antioch, where he employed himself in repulsing the aggressions of Alexius. The fleets of the Pisans and the Genoese came to his rescue, and several battles, both by sea and land, were fought with various success. The Latins and the Greeks obtained advantage. Whilst this war was being carried on between Alexius and Philemon, the Franks neglected no opportunity of coming into collision with the infidels. Philemon, Baldwin du Bourg, Count of Edessa, and his cousin, Jocelyn de Courtenay, 234, master of several cities on the banks of the Euphrates, united their forces to attack Chernon, a flourishing city of Mesopotamia. The Christians, after a siege of several days,
Oh,
were
Tanaka-san.
on the point
So
of
sorry.
entering the place when the Count of Edessa and
Oh.
Prince of Antioch disputed the
Got
possession
hit
of
by
it.
Donald Trump?
Whilst the debate kept the best leaders in the Christian tents, the Saracens of Mosul and Aleppo came to the assistance of the city and gave battle to the besiegers. A great number of Christians were slain in this conflict, and many fell into the hands of the infidels, who, in the intoxication of victory, insulted both the vanquished and the religion of Christ. History relates that the railleries of the Mussulmans inspired rage and despair among the army of the Christians, and that towards the end of the fight, one knight braved alone the victorious infidels, and rushed among the enemy's ranks, crying, "Let all who are willing to sup with me in paradise follow me." This brave knight at first astonished the Saracens by his daring, but he soon fell, pierced with many wounds. The Archbishop of Edessa, Jocelyn de Courtenay, and Baldwin du Bourg were loaded with irons and taken to the prisons of Mosul. The Prince of Antioch and Tancred were alone able to escape the pursuit of the Mussulmans with a small number of their soldiers. This defeat spread terror among all the Christians of the East.
No!
Bohemond, on his return to his capital, was menaced at the same time by the Greeks and the Saracens. And, as he had now neither allies nor auxiliaries, and was destitute of both men and money, he determined to go back into Europe, and to call upon the nations of the West to assist him. After having spread abroad a report of his death, he embarked at Antioch, and, concealed in a coffin, 235, passed through the fleet of the Greeks, who rejoiced at his death, and heaped curses on his memory. On arriving in Italy, Bohemond went to throw himself at the feet of the sovereign pontiff, describing the misfortunes he had endured in defense of the holy religion, and invoking the vengeance of heaven upon Alexius, whom he represented as the greatest scourge of the Christians. The Pope welcomed him as a hero.
I took
and
you out a
martyr.
couple of times,
He
Tanaka-san.
praised his exploits, listened to his complaints, entrusted to him the standard of St. Peter, and permitted him, in the name of the Church, to raise in Europe an army to repair his misfortunes and avenge the cause of God. Bohemond next went to France, where his adventures and exploits made his name familiar to all classes. He presented himself at the court of Philippi, who received him with the greatest honors, and gave him his daughter Constance in marriage. Amidst the festivities of the court, he was by turns the most brilliant of knights and the most ardent of missionaries. He attracted general admiration by his skill in the tournaments, and preached war against the enemies of the Christians. He easily fired hearts already glowing with the love of military glory, and a great number of knights contended for the honor of accompanying him into the East. He crossed the Pyrenees and raised soldiers in Spain. He returned into Italy and met everywhere with the same eagerness to follow him. All preparations being completed, he embarked at Bari and sailed towards the territories of the Greek Emperor, where his threats and the theme of his expedition had already spread terror. The Prince of Antioch never ceased to animate by his speeches the ardor of his numerous companions. To some he represented the Greeks as the allies of the Muslims and the enemies of Christ. To others, he spoke of the riches of Alexius and promised them the spoils of the empire. He was on the point of realizing his brilliant hopes when he was, all at once, abandoned by the fortune which had hitherto performed such prodigies in his favor. The city of Durazzo, of which he had undertaken the siege, for a long time resisted all his efforts. Disease, in the meanwhile, ravaging his army. The warriors who had followed him in the hopes of pillage, or from a desire to visit the Holy Land, deserted his standard. He was forced to make a disgraceful peace with the emperor he had indeed worked to dethrone, and came back to die in despair in the little principality of Tarentum, which he had abandoned for the conquest of the East. The unfortunate issue of his crusade, which was directed entirely against the Greeks, became fatal to the Christians established in Syria, and deprived them of the succors they had reason to expect from the west. Tancred, who still governed Antioch in the absence, and after the death of Bohemond, was attacked several times by the Saracens at Aleppo, and only resisted them by the skill and prodigies of Valor. Jocelyn and Baldwin Dubourg did not return to their states till after 5 years of captivity. When Baldwin came back to Edessa, he was certain that he could not pay his common domestics. An Armenian prince, whose daughter he had married, was obliged to redeem the bill 236 of his son-in-law, which he had pledged by means of paying his soldiers. The resources of the government of Antioch were not less exhausted than those of the county of Edessa. In the extremes of their misery, David and Baldwin Dubourg had several disputes. Each, by turns, called in the Saracens to defend his cause, and everything was in confusion on the banks of the Euphrates and the Orontes. Neither was Jerusalem free from discord. Baldwin could not pay his soldiers, and demanded money of the Patriarch, who was the depositary of the alms of the faithful. Daimbert at first refused to assist the king, who resolved to incline force to compel him. Yes, said he to the Patriarch, in a transport of anger, I will bear away the treasures of the church and the holy sepulchre. I wish to save Jerusalem and the Christian people. When I have accomplished that noble project, I will restore the riches of the all-powerful God. Daimbert, intimidated by the menaces of Baldwin, consented to give up a part of his treasures. But as fast as the king of Jerusalem experienced new wants, he made fresh demands, to which the pontiff responded by an insulting refusal. He accused the king of profaning and plundering the sanctuary, whilst the king, on his part, accused Daimbert of betraying the cause of the Christians, and of dissipating in pleasures and festivities the treasures of Jesus Christ. The quarrels of Baldwin and the Patriarch were renewed every year. Both, in the end, often conveyed their complaints to the Holy See, which pronounced no decision likely to conciliate the angry parties. The death of Daimbert could alone put an end to these discussions, which spread scandal through the Church of Christ, and by weakening the authority of the king, were likely to lead to the ruin of the kingdom. Whilst the Patriarch was unceasingly making complaints against Baldwin, the king seldom made any other reply than gaining new victories over the infidels. Nothing being able to divert him from his purpose of everyday aggrandizing his dominions. The prosperity and the safety of Jerusalem appeared closely connected with the conquest of the maritime cities of Syria and Palestine. It being by them alone that it could receive succor, or establish prompt and easy communications with the West. The maritime nations of Europe were interested in seconding, in this instance, the enterprises of the King of Jerusalem. The navigation of the Mediterranean and the transporting of pilgrims to the Holy Land were to them an inexhaustible source of riches. The ports of Syria would offer to them a commodious asylum for their vessels, and a safe entrepot for their commerce. From the period of the First Crusade, the Byzantines and the Genoese had constantly sent vessels to the seas of the East, and their fleets had aided the Christians in several expeditions against the Muslims. A Genoese fleet had just arrived in the seas of Syria when Baldwin undertook the siege of Ptolemy. The Genoese were invited to assist in this conquest. But as religion was not the principle to bring them into action, they required, in return for their assistance and their labor, that they should have a third of the booty. They likewise stipulated to have a separate church for themselves, and a national factory and tribunal in the conquered city. Ptolemy was besieged by land and sea, and after a bloody resistance of 20 days, the inhabitants and the garrison proposed to surrender, and implore the clemency of the conquerors. The city opened its gates to the Christians, and the inhabitants prepared to depart, taking with them whatever they deemed most valuable. But the Genoese, at the sight of such a rich booty, paid no respect to the capitulation, and massacred without pity a disarmed and defenseless people. This barbarous conduct, which Baldwin could neither repress nor punish, excited the Mussulmans more than ever against the Christians. At each fresh conquest of Baldwin's, a new army came from the banks of the Nile to repeat the course of his victories. Now the Egyptians had, for a long time, been accustomed to fly before the Franks, and they were never seconded in their expeditions by the Mussulmans of Syria, who were jealous of their appearance in the territories. A small number of Christian warriors, who could never have been taken from army if they had not performed prodigies, were sufficient to put to the rout a multitude of soldiers who made a sortie from the walls of Ascalon. In consequence of this victory, several places which the Egyptians still held on the coasts of Syria fell into the hands of the Christians. Bertrand, son of Raymond de Saint Gilles, arrived from Europe with the purpose of attacking the city of Tripoli. The city, taken at first by the Egyptians before the First Crusade, and fallen again under the power of the Turkish commander, had, in order to defend itself against the Christians, once more recognized the authority of the Caliph of Egypt. But the Caliph thought more about punishing the rebellion of Tripoli than of providing for its defense. He had put the principal inhabitants in irons, had levied heavy tributes, and when the people implored his assistance against the enemies of Islamism, the Caliph sent a vessel to demand a beautiful slave who was in the city, and whom he destined for a seraglio. The irritated people, instead of giving up the slave he demanded, sent him a piece of wood, saying that he might make something out of it to amuse himself with. 237. The inhabitants of Tripoli, then being without hope, surrendered to the Christians. Raymond, Count de Saint Gilles de Toulouse, one of the companions of Godfrey, after having wandered for a long time about Asia, had died before this place, of which he had commenced the siege. In memory of his exploits in the First Crusade, the rich territory of Tripoli was created a county and became the inheritance of his family. This territory was celebrated for its productions. Limpid streams, rushing with impetuosity between the rocks of Libanus, flowed in many channels to water the numerous gardens of Tripoli. In the plains and on the hills adjacent to the sea grew in abundance wheat, the vine, the olive, and the white mulberry, whose leaves nourished the silkworm, which had been introduced by Justinian into the richest provinces of his empire. The city of Tripoli contained more than 4,000 workmen, skillful in the manufactures of woolen stuffs, of silk, and of linen. A great part of these advantages was, no doubt, lost for the conquerors, who, during the siege ravaged the country round, and on taking the city, carried fire and sword throughout the whole of it. Tripoli contained other riches for which the Franks showed no less disdain than they had evinced for the productions of industry. A library established in the city and celebrated through all the East contained the monuments 238 of the ancient literature of the Persians, the Arabians, the Egyptians, and the Greeks. 100 copies were there constantly employed in transcribing manuscripts. The cloudy sent into all countries and authorized to purchase rare and precious books. After the taking of the city, a priest, attached to Count Bernard de Saint Gilles, 239, entered the room in which were collected a vast number of copies of the Quran, and as it declared the library of Tripoli contained only the impious books of Muhammad, it was given up to the flames. Some Eastern authors have bitterly deplored this irreparable loss, but not one of our contemporary chronicles has spoken of it, and their silence plainly shows the profound indifference with which the Frank soldiers were witnesses of a fire which consumed 100,000 volumes. Biblis, situated on the smiling and fertile shores of Phoenicia, Sarepta, where St. Jerome saw still in his day the Tower of Isaiah, and Gradus, famous in the early ages of the Church for its school of eloquence, shared the fate of Tripoli and became baronies bestowed upon Christian knights. After these conquests, the Pisans, the Genoese, and several warriors who had followed Baldwin in his expeditions returned into Europe, and the King of Jerusalem, abandoned by these useful allies, was obliged to employ the forces which remained in, repulsing the invasions of the Saracens, who penetrated into Palestine, and even displayed their standards on Mount Shem. He had given up the idea of subduing the maritime cities which still belonged to the Egyptians, when Sigurd, son of Magnus, King of Norway, arrived in the port of Java. Sigurd was accompanied by 10,000 Norwegians, who, 3 years before, had quitted the north of Europe for the purpose of visiting the Holy Land. Baldwin went to meet the Prince of Norway and conjured him to join with him in fighting for the safety and aggrandizement of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Sigurd acceded with joy to the prayer of the king and required nothing as a recompense for his labor but a piece of wood from the true cross. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, in order to give additional value to that which the prince required, hesitated at first to grant it, and made with him a treaty at least as solemn as if it had concerned the possession of a kingdom. When they had both taken an oath to fulfill the conditions of the treaty, Sigurd, accompanied by his warriors, entered Jerusalem in triumph. The inhabitants of Jerusalem beheld with surprise, mingled with their joy, the enormous battle axes, the light, hair, and bulky stature of the pilgrims from Norway. The presence of these redoubtable warriors was the sure presage of victory. It was resolved in a council to besiege the city of Sodom.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for this front.
Attacked the ramparts of the place, whilst the fleet of Sigurd blockaded the port and directed its operations against the side next the sea. After a siege of 6 weeks, the city surrendered to the Christians. The knights of Baldwin and the soldiers of Sigurd performed during the siege prodigies of Hulur and showed, after their victory, the humanity which always accompanies true bravery. After this conquest, Sigurd quitted Palestine, accompanied by the blessings of the Christian people. He embarked to return to Norway, carrying with him a piece of the true cross, a precious memorial of his pilgrimage, which he caused to be placed in a church of Trondheim, where it was for a long time the object of the veneration of the faithful. Baldwin, on his return to his capital, learned with grief that Shavi, Count of Tiberias, had been surprised by the Turks, and led prisoner, together with his most faithful knights, to the city of Damascus. Muslim deputies came to offer the king of Jerusalem liberty of Shavi in exchange for Ptolemy, Jaffa, and some other cities taken by the Christians. A refusal, they added, would be followed by the death of Count Shavi. Baldwin offered to pay a considerable sum for the liberty of Shavi, who he loved tenderly. As for the cities you demand, said he to them, I would not give them up to you for the sake of my own brother, nor for that of all the Christian princes together. On the return of the ambassadors, Shavi and his knights were dragged to an open place in Damascus, and shot to death by the Saracens with arrows. The Christians shed tears at the death of Count Shavi, but they soon had to wait for a much more painful loss. Tancred, who governed the Principality of Antioch, died in an expedition against the infidels. He had raised high in the East the opinion of the heroic virtues of a French knight. Never had weakness or misfortune implored his aid in vain. He gained a great many victories over the Saracens, but never fought for the ends of ambition. Nothing could shake his fidelity, nothing appeared impossible to his valor.
Not even on the
He
board.
answered the ambassadors of Alexius, who required him to restore Antioch. I would not give up the city which is confided to me, even if the warriors who presented themselves to conquer it had bodies and bore arms of fire. Whilst he lived, Antioch had nothing to fear from the invasion of the infidels, or the discord of the inhabitants. His death consigned the colony to disorder and confusion. It spread mourning through all the Christian states of the East, and was for them the signal of the greatest reverses. The kingdom of Jerusalem.
Let's see. Okay. Well, yeah, it's about time for me to get out. Let's see if I can. I am dead. That's a good. That's kind of sad, you know. Your killer is I am dead, and that sort of like works three ways, right? Because, uh, you know, when you're in combat, I always think it's hilarious when somebody blows you away, right? And then your buddy weaponize and nucleonize them, right? So it goes, your killer is, and all you see is like the molten slag of their wreckage because they've already been blasted. So if your name is I am dead, right, that would be even more satisfying. And then if they're still alive, it's like I am dead. It's like the undead, you know. And then if you shoot them, of course, it's like bloom, blow them up, and the skull appears and it says I am dead. That's great. Uh, I have many the personalities and aspects of my psyche, and there's a weird one coming out today. I don't know what's going on, but there it is. Jai Shri Ram Kapapa. Hey, so, Jai Shri Ram Kapapa. Obscenity. Hey, Vishal. Oh, this is like, go ahead and buy that fusion cannon. You know you want it. I don't want it. It ruins the whole experiment. I've never spent a single penny. God, could you imagine having bought like a Surge for like, what was it, $75 or something when it came out? And they're like, on sale, $3. Jeez, always. Some people had to be pissed. Bet they were. Man, my Panther never comes out. Okay, let's go through and do all the stupid stuff. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, free what? Free stuff. Oh, Lancer blueprints. You know, that's what I have been dreaming of in my nightmares. I need MD blueprints, for God's sake. Thank you. Actually, it's interesting. I noticed a Lancer in combat, and he was pretty tricked out. You know, I hadn't seen Lancers. You don't see them very much. Paragons don't see very much anymore either. I don't know. Bastions, I see a lot of. I hate them because my dang most powerful missile rat doesn't kill them. They retaliationalize on me all the time. And it hurts. Hurt my feelings. I was just about to say thank you for dying, and then blam, the forehead, they hit me right back. They killed me. They killed me. Oh. Ooh. Glame. Come on, jack up to 8. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I think that means I just need 1,000 more. Hold on. No leaderboard. Look at these guys that got. Let's go see. It's 28,300. Kent. Okay, let's go into Kent's hangar or cores. Cores. All right. So, what you got in here? Okay, a Zephyr with Neymar Jr. and a Missile Rack 8. I have that. No, on my other account I have that. So what is this? It's an Ares disc launcher 8, yeah, and Neymar Jr. Awful. Okay, and a stasis beam. Stasis beam 15. Oh, this is what he's slaughtering people with. Is this assault monster here? He's got a Panther that is tricked all the way up to max level, right? It's not pink yet. The last thing he can do is pink it out. But the pilot is pinked out. And he's got a stasis beam 16 on it. Horrors. Okay, let's see. What does this guy got? Rocket mortar 10 and a rocket mortar 12. Devastation. Yeah. That's a way to get up there in the top number one. Let's see this other guy. Sidor, this Russian dude or whatever. Well, how do you read that again? It's not Kohb. I know that. That's some kind of Cyrillic. I've studied it, but I forgot it completely. I dreamed of learning Russian at one point. An Ares maxed out. God. With 2 Arcturus 10s. Huh. He's got Neymar Jr. Okay. What is this? Okay, 2 missile rack 8s. Yeah. This is close quarters. This is not a close quarters weapon, I think. Okay, let me get out of here. Oh! CPL 0. I didn't notice that. Glad I got out when I did. It's time for me to claim all and get the hell on out of here. Oh! Adult language warning. What else? Okay. Sinking into the doom of oblivion. Oh, God. Here we go again. What did I make it to this time? 4? I never made it to Season Division 1. It's been almost a year. This December is going to be a year. Never made it to Season Division 1. But anyway, hopefully. Maybe when the Teslas come back, I'll get a new computer. Alright, so I need to get... Oh! Yeah, I got my... clear my... dang... Watchman Jacob Thingamabob, my combat point limit. I can come back and fight some more. Alright. But, no. What is it? 7... Okay, I've switched out my thing here. I'm launching Macarena as the real Mystic Mask. Oh no, I've been demoted to subhuman. Didn't even play any one. Claim. Claim.
Can I borrow the heater? Maybe? Can I borrow the heater really quickly? I need to take a bath.
Yeah, be careful. My wife is gonna borrow the heater and put it in the bathroom. I hope she keeps it away from the water. There's no ground fault interrupt.
I'm gonna put it on the sink.
It's a violation of regulations, folks. There's no ground fault interrupt on the
Bathroom?
on that plug.
Is this too high?
What?
Is this a high voltage?
Well, you definitely don't want to. No, yeah, it's enough.
I'm just gonna put it low.
Why don't you put it in there, let it heat up the bathroom, and then turn it off, and then go and take your bath. 'Cause, hold on, folks. I'm gonna assist my wife here in getting her bathroom ready and cozy and everything, so she won't freeze. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go to a quick intermission. Back again. Let's look at our Mad Magazine. We ought to make sure. Okay, so this is the Captain T video ring. Now, gang, we're making this offer for a very limited time, so you better act now, because if you don't act now, you'll miss out on this here offer, which closes soon, very soon, after a limited time, soon, sometime early in 1958. I think this is like 1954. Now we're giving this ring away absolutely free with $3 to cover the costs of handling and just 200 wrappers from Gookie Candy Bars. Yes, Gookie Candy Bars with that crunchy, munchy covering of unshelled sunflower seeds, that smooth, mellow, tangy golden center of soft, chewy rubber cement, with that zesty, tingling, salty flavor of salt sprinkled on top, and the rich, green, satisfying color of 100% U.S. tested and certified artificial color. Get Gookie, and you will say, like thousands of others, ooh, I got Gookie. Disgusting. Let us leave the sight of a man chewing happily on a Gookie bar, the sound of teeth munching into the covering. Crackling into sunflower seed shells, twanging momentarily on rubber cement. Let us leave the sound of regurgitating. And return to Captain T Video, who now blasting off to Venus, facing the most crucial hour of his whole life, says, "How's your mom, Ed?" Snap, snap, click, 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 takata, takata. Okay, Ranger, we're almost to Venus. I'm very satisfied at the way you've helped me control the ship. The way you've kept glued to them buttons all through the trip, methodically clicking those buttons for hours, unwavering, constant clicking those buttons. As to your diligence and perseverance, I can only say one thing. Quit flicking those Fahrschimelt buttons for a minute. You're driving me crazy. Just a few more clicks, Captain, and I'll have my income tax all figured out. Cigarette cap? By the way, what will your strategy be exactly to fight the Venusians, to prevent them from taking over the Earth? Just watch, Ranger. This flashlight here is actually an aimer device connected to a powerful death ray in the nose of the rocket. I get Venus in my sights like this, and pow, I blast her to bits. Say, Ranger, I didn't know you smoked cigarettes. I don't smoke 'em, Cap. I eat 'em. Yes, now that we're coming close to Venus, I wait till she's in the crosshairs, and I push the button here, and pow! Takes cool nerves and concentration, so I don't touch cigarettes, and I'm surprised that you do. Every Rocket Ranger knows cigarettes are no good when you smoke 'em or eat 'em. Eat 'em? Dirty un-American alien Venusian disguised in a Rocket Ranger body? You should know better than to fool with Captain T Video, the fastest draw with a nuclear blast-off gun. Take this. Nya. Alright. Let's see where we're at. Oh, MD blueprints. That's what I want. Let's see. 3,880.
kingdom of Jerusalem had hitherto only had to contend against armies drawn from Egypt. The Turks of Syria, much more terrible in war than the Egyptians, had never united their forces to attack the Christians of Jerusalem. 240. The sultans of Damascus and Mosul, with several emirs of Mesopotamia, assembled an army of 30,000 fighting men, and penetrated through the mountains of Libanus into Galilee. During more than 3 months the banks of the Jordan and of the Lake of Gennesareth were devastated by the horrors of war. The king of Jerusalem placed himself at the head of his knights to encounter this redoubtable enemy, and was defeated by the Saracens on the plains near Mount Tabor. Brother of Sicily, who had been governor of Antioch since the death of
I guess we need to
Cadmus,
watch
and
out for
Count of
fusion.
Tripoli and Edessa,
That's a good
came
reason
with
to
their
look.
troops to the assistance of Baldwin. The Christian army, although it then mustered under its banners 11,000 combatants, took up its encampment on the mountains and did not dare to risk a battle. The Christians, entrenched upon the heights, beheld their fields ravaged and their cities burned. All the banks of the Jordan seemed to be in flames. For a vast number of Saracens from Ascalon, Tyre, and other Muslim cities had taken advantage of the reverses of the Christians to lay waste many of the provinces of Palestine. The country of Shechem was invaded, and the city of Nablus delivered up to pillage. Jerusalem, which was without defenders, shut its gates, and was in momentary fear of falling again into the power of the infidels. The Turks, however, dreading the arrival of fresh pilgrims from the west, abandoned Galilee and returned to Damascus and Mosul. But other calamities soon followed those of war. Clouds of locust from Arabia finished the devastation of the fields of Palestine. A horrible famine prevailed in the county of Edessa, the principality of Antioch, and all the Christian states. An earthquake was felt from Mount Taurus to the deserts of Idumea, by which several cities of Cilicia were reduced to heaps of ruins. At Samosata, an Armenian prince was swallowed up in his own palace. 13 towers of the walls of Edessa and the citadel of Aleppo fell down with a fearful crash. The towers of the highest fortresses covered the earth with their remains, and the commanders, whether Muslims or Christians, fled with their soldiers to seek safety in deserts and forests. Antioch suffered more from the earthquake than any other city. The tower of the northern gate, many public edifices, and several churches were completely destroyed. Great troubles always inspired the Christians with feelings of penitence. A crowd of men and women rushed to the Church of St. Peter of Antioch, confessed their sins to the Patriarch, and conjured him to appease the anger of heaven. The shocks, nevertheless, were renewed during 5 months. The Christians abandoned the cities, and, a prey to terror, wandered among the mountains, which now were more thickly inhabited than the greatest cities. The few who remained in cities constantly formed religious processions, put on habits of mourning, and totally renounced pleasures of every kind. In the streets and the churches nothing was heard but lamentations and prayers. Men swore to forgive all injuries, and were profuse in their charities.
The old red didn't have such
heaven
large
appeared to be appeased. The earthquake ceased its ravages, and the assembled Christians celebrated the mercy of God by a solemn festival. Scarcely were the Christians delivered from these
Goodness, I
alarms
could
of a
spend a
new
big will.
tempest threatened Syria and Palestine. 241. Maudur, Prince Or, governor of Mosul, had been killed by 2 Ismailians, as he was coming out of the mosque. As the Prince of Mosul was considered the most firm supported Islamism and the most redoubtable enemy of the Christians, the Caliph and the Sultan of Baghdad placed him in the rank of the martyrs
Had to happen
and resolved
one
to
day.
revenge his death.
Just keep smiling.
The accused, the Franks and the Sultan of
Finally one that
Damascus
thinks
of the
I'm
murder of a
50.
Muslim
Can't believe it,
prince.
man. Wow.
A numerous army set out from the banks of the Tigris
What's
and
it?
advanced towards Syria to punish at the same time both the Christian and Muslim infidels. The warriors of Baghdad, united with those of Mosul, penetrated as far as the lands of Aleppo and carried destruction and death wherever they went. In this pressing danger, the Saracens of Damascus and Mesopotamia did not hesitate to form an alliance with the Christian princes. The king of Jerusalem, the prince of Antioch, and the Count of Tripoli united their troops with those of the Mussulmans. The Christians were full of zeal and ardor, and were eager for battle, but their new allies were not willing to give them the advantage of a victory, as they mistrusted the soldiers of Christ, and used every effort to avoid a decisive engagement, in which they dreaded the triumph of their auxiliaries as much as that of their foes. After having ravaged the territory of Aleppo and the banks of the Euphrates and the Orontes, the warriors of Baghdad returned to their own country without trying their strength with their formidable adversaries. The Christians in this campaign did not illustrate their arms by any very brilliant exploits, but they kept up the division among the Saracens, and the discord of their enemies was more serviceable to them than a great victory. The king of Jerusalem, no longer having the Turks of Baghdad or the Turks established in Syria to contend with, turned his attention towards Egypt, whose armies he had so frequently dispersed. 242. He, collected his chosen warriors, traversed the desert, carried the terror of his arms to the banks of the Nile, and surprised and pillaged the city of Baramia, situated 3 days' journey from Cairo. The success of this expedition gave him room to hope that he should one day render himself master of a great kingdom, and he was returning triumphant and loaded with booty to Jerusalem when he fell sick at Alaric, on the confines of the desert which separates Egypt from Palestine. His life was in despair of, and the companions of his victories, assembled around him, could not conceal their deep sorrow. Baldwin endeavored to console them by his discourses. "My dear companions," said he to them, "you who have suffered so many evils and braved so many perils, why do you allow yourselves to be overcome by grief? Remember that you are still in the territories of the Saracens, and that you stand in need of all your customary courage. Consider that you only lose in me a single man, and that you have among you several warriors who surpass me in skill. Think of nothing but of returning victorious to Jerusalem, and of defending the heritage of Christ. If I have fought a long time with you, and my many labors give me the right of addressing a prayer to you, I conjure you not to leave my bones in a foreign land, but to bury them near to the tomb of my brother Godfrey." The king of Jerusalem then caused his servants to be assembled and gave them orders for his sepulture. After having nominated Baldwin de Bourg as his successor, he expired, surrounded by his companions, who, though deeply grieved, endeavored to conceal their tears, that the Saracens might not learn the great loss the Christians had experienced. Baldwin lived and died in the midst of camps. During his reign, which lasted 18 years, the inhabitants of Jerusalem were annually warned of the approach of the Saracens by the sound of the great bell. And they scarcely ever saw the wood of the true cross in the sanctuary, for the sacred relic always accompanied the armies to battle, and its presence not unfrequently was sufficient to give victory to the Christians. During the time he occupied the throne at Jerusalem, the only means Baldwin had of keeping up his necessary army rose from the tents of the produce of the cultivated lands, some taxes upon commerce, the booty obtained from enemies, and the ransom of prisoners. When peace lasted some months, or war was unsuccessful, the revenues of the state were diminished to half their usual amount, and could not meet the most necessary expenses. The forces of the kingdom were scarcely sufficient to defend it in the hour of danger. Baldwin could never undertake any great enterprise except when reinforcements arrived from the west. And when pilgrims who bore arms returned to their own country, he was often obliged to abandon an expedition which he had begun, and sometimes found himself without means of resistance when exposed to the attacks of an enemy always eager to avenge his defeat. The brother and successor of Godfrey was often on the point of losing his kingdom, and only preserved it by prodigies of valor. He lost several battles by his rashness and imprudence, but his wonderful activity always extricated him from whatever perils he chanced to fall into. The historians of the times bestow warm eulogies upon the brilliant qualities of Baldwin. In the First Crusade he made himself greatly hated for his ambitious and haughty character. But as soon as he had obtained what he desired and ascended a throne, he was at least equally admired for his generosity and clemency. When he became king of Jerusalem, he followed the example of Godfrey, and deserved in his turn to be held up as a model to his successors. His extreme love for women sometimes drew upon him the severe censures of the clergy. To expiate his offenses, in accordance with the opinions of the times, he richly endowed churches, particularly that of Bethlehem. And many other religious establishments owe their foundation to him. Amidst the tumult of camps, he added several articles to the code of his predecessor. But that which did most honor to his reign was his constant anxiety to repeople Jerusalem. He offered an honorable asylum to all the Christians scattered over Arabia, Syria, and Egypt. Christians persecuted by Muslims came to him in crowds, with their wives, their children, and their wealth. Baldwin distributed amongst them lands and uninhabited houses, and Jerusalem began to be flourishing. The last wishes of Baldwin were accomplished. The Christian army, preceded by the mortal remains of its chief, returned to Jerusalem. Baldwin du Bourg, who came to the holy city to celebrate the festival of Easter and to visit the brother of Godfrey, arrived on Palm Sunday, at the hour in which the clergy and the people, according to ancient custom, go in procession to the valley of Jeshaphat. As he entered by the gate of Ephraim, the funeral train of Baldwin, accompanied by his warriors in mourning, entered by the gate of Damascus. At the sight, melancholy cries were mingled with hymns of the Christians. The Latins were deeply afflicted, the Syrians wept, and the Saracens, said, Caligula the Chartres, who were witnesses of this mournful spectacle, could not restrain their tears. In the midst of the sorrowing people, the Count of Edessa accompanied the king regal convoy to the Quota, Calvary, where Baldwin was buried close to Godfrey. Although the late king had pointed out Baldwin du Bourg as his successor, the barons and the prelates yet elect a new prince. Several proposed to offer the crown to Eustace de Guerin, the brother of Godfrey. Jocelyn de Courtenay, one of the first counts of the kingdom, declared himself in favor of Baldwin du Bourg. Jocelyn, on arriving in Asia, had been welcomed as little favors by the Count of Edessa, who gave him several cities on the Euphrates. Expelled afterwards ignominiously by his benefactor, who accused him of ingratitude, he had taken refuge in the kingdom of Jerusalem, in which he had obtained the principality of Tiberias. Whether he wished to make amends for old offenses, or whether he hoped to obtain fresh benefits, he represented to the assembled barons that Baldwin du Bourg belonged to the family of the last king. That his piety, his wisdom, and courage were known to the entire East, and that no country on that side or beyond the sea could offer a prince more worthy of the confidence and love of the Christians. The benedictions of the inhabitants of Edessa pointed him out to the choice of the barons and knights, and Providence had opportunely sent him to Jerusalem to console the Christian people for the loss of Godfrey and Baldwin. This discourse united all the suffrages in favor of Baldwin du Bourg, who was crowned a few days after, and made over the county of Edessa to Jocelyn de Courtenay. Scarcely was Baldwin du Bourg seated on the throne of Jerusalem than he was obliged to fly to the succor of Antioch, attacked by the Saracens, of Damascus and the Turkomans from the banks of the Euphrates. Roger of Sicily, son of Richard, who since the death of Tancred governed Antioch, during the minority of the son of Bohemond, had been killed in a bloody battle. Baldwin, accompanied by the Count of Tripoli, hastened to the banks of the Orontes, attacked the victorious Muslims, and dispersed their army. 243. After this victory he returned to Jerusalem, when he learned that Jocelyn de Courtenay had been made prisoner by the Turks. Baldwin flew to the defense of the county of Edessa, which was threatened with an invasion, and himself fell into the hands of the Muslims. Old chronicles have celebrated the intrepid zeal of 50 Armenians, who swore to deliver two princes so much beloved by their subjects, and whose captivity spread desolation among the Christians of the East. Their efforts broke the chains of Jocelyn, but after having braved 1,000 dangers without being able to release Baldwin du Bourg, they were themselves taken by the infidels. They all died amidst tortures, and received from heaven alone, and the same chronicles, the reward of their generous devotion. Jocelyn escaped from his prison, repaired to Jerusalem, where he deposited in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre the chains which he had borne among the Turks, and entreated prompt assistance for the deliverance of Baldwin. The Morning Kingdom was menaced by the Saracens of Egypt, who, seeking to take advantage of the captivity of Baldwin, had assembled in the plains of Ascalon for the purpose of driving the Franks from Palestine. In this pressing danger, the Christians of Jerusalem could pay attention to nothing but the defense of the kingdom. After the example of the inhabitants of Nineveh, they first sought to mitigate the anger of heaven by penitence and prayer. A rigorous fast was commanded, during which women withheld the milk of their breasts from their children in the cradle, and the flocks even were driven to a distance from their pastures and deprived of their ordinary nourishment. War was proclaimed by the sound of the great bell of Jerusalem. The Christian army, which consisted of little more than 3,000 combatants, was commanded by Eustache Rainier, Count of Sudden, named regent of the kingdom in the absence of Baldwin. The Patriarch of the Holy City bore the true cross at the head of the army. He was followed, says Robert of the Mount, by Pontius, abbot of Cluny, carrying the lance with which the side of the Saviour was pierced, and by the Bishop of Bethlehem, who held in his hands a vase, in which the Christian priests boasted of having preserved the milk of the Virgin, Mother of God. 244. The Christians met the army of the Saracens on the plains of Ascalon. The battle immediately began, and the Franks were at once surrounded by the Muslims, collecting 40,000 men beneath their standards. The defeat of the Christians appeared certain, when all at once, says the historian we have just now quoted, a light lightning, that a thunderbolt darted through the air and fell upon the army of the Muslims. This light, which the Christians considered as a miracle from heaven, became a signal for the rout of the Saracens. The Muslim warriors, still more superstitious than the Christians, were fascinated by sudden terror, and no longer had either courage or strength to defend themselves. 7,000 of them fell on the field of battle, and 5,000 perished, swallowed up by the waves of the sea. The victorious Christians returned to Jerusalem, singing the praises of the God of armies. The Christian knights thenceforth wept with less bitterness over the captivity of the kingdom, whom they had been able to conquer the army of the Saracens. But the army of the Franks, employed in the defense of cities and frontiers constantly threatened by the enemy, could not leave the kingdom to make new conquests. And the warriors, who were detained in the Christian cities after so great a victory, were deeply afflicted at their inaction, and appeared to place all their hopes in succors from the west. It was just at this time that a Venetian fleet arrived off the coast of Syria. The Venetians, who for several centuries enjoyed the commerce of the East, and feared to break their profitable relations with the Muslims of Asia, had taken very little interest in the First Crusade or in the events that had followed it. They waited the issue of this great enterprise to take a part and associate themselves without peril with the victories of the Christians. But at length, jealous of the advantages that the Genoese and the Byzantines had obtained in Syria, they wished likewise to have a share in the spoils of the Mussulmans, and prepared a formidable expedition against the infidels. Their fleet, whilst crossing the Mediterranean, fell in with that of the Genoese, which was returning from the east. They attacked it with fury, and forced it to fly in great disorder. After having stained the sea with the blood of Christians, the Venetians pursued their course towards the coasts of Palestine, where they met the fleet of the Saracens, just issuing from the ports of Egypt. A violent conflict ensued, in which all the Egyptian vessels were dispersed or destroyed, and covered the waves with their wrecks. Whilst the Venetians were thus destroying the fleet of the Mussulmans, an army sent by the Caliph of Cairo was beaten by the Christians under the walls of Jaffa. The Doge of Venice, who commanded the Venetian fleet, entered the port of Ptolemy, and was conducted in triumph to Jerusalem. When celebrating the double victory, they resolved to profit by it, by following it up by an important expedition. In a council, held in presence of the regent of the kingdom and the Doge of Venice, it was proposed to besiege either the city of Tyre or the city of Ascalon. As the opinions were divided, it was resolved to interrogate God and to follow his will. 2 strips of parchment, upon which had been written the names of Aslan and Tyre, were deposited upon the altar of the Holy Sepulchre. In the sight of the numerous crowd of spectators, a young orphan advanced towards the altar, took one of the strips, and the chance fell upon the city of Tyre. The Phoenicians, more devoted to the interests of their commerce and of their nation than to those of the Christian kingdom, demanded, before beginning the siege of Tyre, that they should enjoy a church, a street, a common oven, and a national tribunal in every city in Palestine. They further demanded other privileges and the possession of a third of the conquered city. The conquest of Tyre appeared to be so important that the regent, the chancellor of the kingdom, and the great vassals of the crown accepted the conditions of the Phoenicians without hesitation, in a deed which history has preserved. 245. They engaged not to acknowledge, Baldwin Duport or any other prince who would refuse to subscribe to it. When they had thus, by treaty, shook the city they were about to conquer, they began their preparations for the siege. Towards the commencement of the spring, the Christian army set out from Jerusalem, and the Phoenician fleet sailed from the port of Ptolemy. The historian of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, who was for a long time Archbishop of Tyre, stops here to describe the antique wonders of his metropolis. In his recital, at once religious and profane, he invokes by turns the testimony of Isaiah and the prophets. After having spoken of the king, Hiram, and the tomb of Origen, he does not disdain to celebrate the memory of Cadmus and the country of Dido. The good Archbishop boasts, above all of the industry and the commerce of Tyre, of the fertility of its territory, its dyes so celebrated in all antiquity, that sand, which is changed into transparent vases, and those sugar canes which, from that time, were sought for by every region of the universe. Tyre, in the time of Baldwin, was no longer that sumptuous city, whose rich merchants, according to Isaiah, were princes. But it was yet considered as the most populous and the most commercial of all the cities of Syria. It was built upon the delightful beach, which mountains sheltered from the blasts of the north. It had 2 large malls, which, like 2 arms, stretched out into the waves, to form a court to which no tempest could find access. Tyre, which had kept the victorious Alexander 7 months and a half before its walls, was defended on one side by a stormy sea and steep rocks, and on the other by a triple wall, surmounted by high towers. The Doge of Venice, with his fleet, entered the port and closed upon, issued by its side of the sea. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, the regent of the kingdom, and Pontius, Count of Tripoli, commanded the army by land. In the early days of the siege, the Christians and the Mussulmans fought with obstinate ardor, and with equal success. But the divisions among the infidels soon came in to second the efforts of the Franks. The Caliph of Egypt had loaned half of its place to the Sultan of Damascus, to induce him to defend it against the Christians. The Turks and the Egyptians were divided among themselves, and would not fight together. The Franks profited by these divisions, and every day gained great advantages. After a siege of some months, the walls rumbled away before the machines of the Christians. Provisions began to be short in the city, and the infidels were ready to capitulate, when discord arose to decimate the Christians in their turn, and was on the point of rendering useless the prodigies of the lure and the labors of the long siege. The land army complained aloud of being obliged to support alone, both fighting and fatigue. The knights and their soldiers threatened to remain as motionless under their tents, as the Venetians did in their ships. To prevent the effect of their complaints, the Doge of Venice came into the camp of the Christians, with the sailors armed with their oars, and declared that he was ready to mount the breach. From that time a generous emulation animated equally the zeal and courage of the land and sea forces. The Mussulmans being without hope of succor, after a siege of 5 months and a half, were obliged to surrender. The standards of the King of Jerusalem and the Doge of Venice waved over the walls of Tyre. The Christians made their triumphal entry into the city, whilst the inhabitants, according to the terms of the capitulation, went out with their wives and children.
No fair. I feel like I'm
246.
Norman.
The day on which they received at
17%
Jerusalem the news of the
That sucks.
conquest of Tyre was a festival for the population of the holy city. To the sound of the bells, the Te Deum was sung on bended knees. Flags were hoisted on the towers and the ramparts of the city. Branches of olive and garlands of flowers were suspended in the streets and public places, and rich stuffs were hung upon the outsides of the houses and upon the doors of the churches. Old men reminded their neighbors of the splendor of the kingdom of Judah, and young virgins repeated in chorus the psalms in which the prophet had celebrated the city of Tyre. The Doge of Venice, on his return to the holy city, was saluted by the acclamations of the people and the clergy. The barons and the principal inhabitants did all in their power to detain him in Palestine. They even went so far as to offer him the crown of Baldwin. Some believing that prince had died among the infidels, others only recognizing a king when at the head of an army or on a field of battle. The Doge refused the crown they offered him, and, satisfied with the title of Prince of Jerusalem, sailed with his victorious fleet back to Italy. Whilst they were offering the throne of Jerusalem to a foreign prince, the captivity of Baltimore was drawing to an end. The Emir, Balak, 247, who held him prisoner after having conquered in a battle 10,000 Christians commanded by Jocelyn, besieged the citadel of the Muslim city of Syria and was preparing to succor the city of Tyre when he was wounded by a javelin and died regretted by the most ardent disciples of Muhammad. Baldwin was then enabled to purchase his liberty, and, after a captivity of 18 months, appeared once again among the Christians. The King of Jerusalem had promised the Saracens a considerable sum as his ransom, but it was much more easy for him to fight and conquer his enemies than to fulfill such a promise. The Mussulmans, besides, by ill-treating the hostages he had left with them, 248, furnished him with a pretext to attack them. When the infidels demanded of him the stipulated price of his liberty, he only replied by gaining victories over them. The Christian knights, who seemed to have forgotten him, now that they found him once again in arms, returned thanks to heaven for his deliverance, and came in troops to range themselves under his banners, and recognized with joy the authority of a prince who appeared only to have issued from his prison to lead them to new combats. The Christian states at that period numbered as enemies the caliphs of Baghdad and Damascus, the emirs of Mosul and Aleppo, and the descendants of Horton, who were masters of several places on the Euphrates. 249. The Egyptians were weakened by their numerous defeats, and of all their ancient conquests on the coasts of Syria, only retained the city of Ascalon. But the garrison of this place, formed of the wrecks of several conquered armies, still threatened the territories of the Christians. Although the Egyptians had lost the cities of Tyre, Tripoli, and Ptolemy, they still continued masters at sea, and their fleets cruised without obstacle along the coasts of Syria, when the maritime nations of Europe did not happen to send support to the Franks established in Palestine. The Turks, accustomed to the military and pastoral life, did not aspire to the empire of the seas, but they never left the Christians at rest. They made themselves dreaded, not so much by their great armies, which were frequently nothing but confused and undisciplined multitudes, but by their continual, harassing incursions. Docile and patient, they endured hunger, thirst, and fatigue better than they would face an enemy. Their knowledge of the country, their being accustomed to the climate, and the intelligence they kept up with the inhabitants, gave them, in all their warlike expeditions, a decided advantage over the Christians. Their soldiers surpassed the Franks in the arts of shooting with the bow, or hurling a javelin, as well as in horsemanship. And their leaders were practiced and excelled in all the stratagems of war. Their tactics consisted in wearing out their enemies, in preparing ambushes for them, or in drawing them into difficult positions where they might triumph without fighting. The endless discord which prevailed among the Muslim princes of Syria, and the revolutions which daily threatened their power, prevented them from following up, for any length of time, the same plan of defense or attack. But when, in the enjoyment of a transient tranquility, sometimes excited by a thirst for plunder, or sometimes animated by the prayers and the counsels of the Caliph of Baghdad, they would burst like a sudden and unexpected sweep over the territories of Antioch, Edessa, Tripoli, or the Kingdom of Jerusalem. If the Muslims experienced a defeat, they retired with hope of finding a more favorable opportunity. If they were conquerors, they ravaged the cities and the plains, and returned to their country, loaded with booty, saying these words, "The Quran rejoices, and the Gospel is in tears." The hopes of booty every year attracted new hordes and tribes, which poured down from Mount Caucasus, from Porphyry, the banks of the Tigris. These tribes, for the most part wild and
Thank you,
barbarous,
Firestorm.
mingled among the Muslims of Syria and Mesopotamia, and replaced in armies and cities the hosts which war had swept away. Among the tribes which had thus established themselves in Syria, history must not forget that of the Assassins or Ismailites, whose sect had sprung up towards the commencement of the 11th century in the mountains of Persia. A short time before the First Crusade, they took possession of a part of Libanus, and founded a colony between Tripoli and Tortosa, which colony was governed by a chief whom the Franks called him Old Man, or the Lord of the Mountain. The chief of the Ismailians only reigned over about 20 castles or towns, and scarcely more than 60,000 subjects. But he had converted despotism into a species of worship, and his authority was without bounds. His subjects considered that he alone was the depositary of the laws of Muhammad, and that all who opposed his will merited death. The old man of the mountains, according to the belief of the Ismailians, could distribute, at his pleasure, the delights of paradise to his servants. That he who died in an act of obedience to his chief, ascended to heaven, whither the prophet of Mecca welcomed him, whilst he who died in his bed went through long probationary pains in the next world. The Ismailians were divided into three classes: the people, the soldiers, and the guards. The people lived by the cultivation of the lands and by commerce. They were docile, laborious, sober, and patient. Nothing could exceed the skill, strength, and courage of the soldiers, whose qualities were particularly valued in the defense or sieges of cities.
Dead.
The greater part of the Muslim princes were very desirous of having them in their pay. The most distinguished class was that of the guards or fedis. Nothing was neglected in their education. From their infancy their bodies were strengthened by constant and violent exercises, and their minds were cultivated by the study of the arts. They were taught the languages of Asia and Europe, in order that they might be sent into those countries to execute the orders of their master. All sorts of means were employed to inflame their imaginations and heighten their courage. During their sleep, which was provoked by intoxicating drinks, they were transported into delicious gardens, and were surrounded by the seductions of voluptuousness. It was there that the old man of the mountains, by showing them the image of the joys of paradise, inspired them with a blind obedience. In the midst of illusions which fascinated them, their master could order them to cast themselves from the height of a tower, to precipitate themselves into flames, or to pierce themselves with mortal wounds. When the old man of the mountains had pointed out to them anyone he wished to punish, they went, armed with, attired, indifferently, to seek him in palaces or camps, and were impeded by neither obstacles nor dangers. Princes often entrusted the charge of their revenge to the chief of the Ismailians, and looked to him for the death of their rivals or enemies. Powerful monarchs were his tributaries. The fears which he inspired, and the murders committed by his orders, heaped up his treasures. Surrounded by his intrepid soldiery, he sent death into distant regions. The terror of his name was spread everywhere, whilst he himself had nothing to fear from his enemies. The Ismailians, as implacable sectarians, entertained a profound aversion for the Turks of Syria. Many of them were in the pay of the emirs and the sultans of that nation. But they sold their services at a very high price, and often took an active part in the bloody revolutions which precipitated from throwing the Muslim dynasties of the East. They had less hatred for the Christians because the latter fought against the Turks. Nay, sometimes they became useful auxiliaries to the crown. When Baldwin Dubourg was liberated, they proposed to deliver up Damascus to him. A great number of their warriors remained at city. But the plot being discovered, they miscarried in their enterprise, and 6,000 Ismailians were slaughtered by the Mussulmans. 250. The old man of the mountains commanded the death of the emir of Mosul, who had defended the city of Damascus against the Christians. The murder of the Mussulman emir threw Syria into a state of excitement and trouble. But from the bosom of this disorder arose a new and formidable power. Zengi, son of Aksankar, one of the most skillful captains of his age, obtained the principality of Mosul, got possession of Emesa and Aleppo, with several other cities of Syria, and founded the dynasty of the Atabegs, or governors of the prince, which was destined to dominate over the east, and render itself formidable to the Christians. 251. Whilst this new power was rising in Syria, the Christian states of the east were at their highest point of prosperity. The county of Edessa, which contained a great portion of the rich provinces of Mesopotamia, had all the Armenian princes as its allies and auxiliaries. Several cities of Colophania, Cilicia, and Lower Armenia constituted the Principality of Antioch, the most extensive and the most flourishing of the Christian provinces. The county of Tripoli comprised several places situated on the Sea of Phoenicia,
Where's the
from
sky?
Egypt to the river Adonis. This river, celebrated in both sacred and profane history, bounded on the north the kingdom of Jerusalem, which, towards the south, extended on the sea coast as far as the gates of Ascalon, and towards the east, to the deserts of Arabia. These four states formed a redoubtable confederacy. Europe dealt with five these Christian colonies, which had cost her so much war. She was afflicted at the reverses, and rejoiced at their progress. The safety of Christianity appeared identified with their preservation. The bravest of the Christians were always ready to devote themselves for the heritage of Christ. Religion offered no recompense equal to that promised to their allure, and charity itself became more love. From the bosom of an hospital consecrated to the service of pilgrims, and the sword issued heroes armed against the infidels. The humanity and the bravery of the Knights of St. John 252 were equally conspicuous. Whilst some grew old in the offices of hospitality, others went forth to combat with the enemies of their faith. After the example of these pious knights, several men of gentle birth met near the place where the Temple of Solomon had stood, and took an oath to protect and defend the pilgrims who repaired to Jerusalem. Their union gave birth to the Order of the Templars, which, from its origin, was approved of by a council, and owed its statues to Saint Bernard. These two orders were governed by the same principle that had given birth to the Crusade, the union of the military spirit with the religious spirit. Retired from the world, they had no other country but Jerusalem, no other family but that of Jesus Christ. Wealth, evils, and dangers were all in common amongst them. One will, one spirit, directed all their actions and all their thoughts. All were united in one house, which appeared to be inhabited but by one man. They lived in great austerity, and the severer their discipline became, the stronger appeared the bonds by which it enchained their hearts and their wills. Arms formed their only decoration. Precious ornaments were never seen in their houses or churches, but lances, bucklers, swords, and standards taken from the infidels abounded. At the cry of battle, said Saint Bernard, 253, they armed themselves with faith within and with skill without. They feared neither the number nor the fury of the barbarians. They were proud to conquer, happy to die for Jesus Christ, and believed that every victory came from God. religion had sanctified the perils and the violences of war. Every monastery of Palestine was a fortress, in which the din of arms was mingled with the voice of prayer. Humble Cenobites sought glory in fight. The canons, instituted by Godfrey to pray near the Holy Tomb, after the example of the Hospitallers and the Templars, had clothed themselves with the casque and the cuirass, and, under the name of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, distinguished themselves amongst the soldiers of Christ. The glory of these military orders was then spread throughout the Christian world. Their renown penetrated even to the Isles and the most remote nations of the West. All who had sins to expiate hastened to the holy city to share the labors of the Christian warriors. Crowds of men who had devastated their own country came to defend the kingdom of Jerusalem and take part in the perils of the most firm defenders of the faith. There was not an illustrious family in Europe which did not send at least one knight to the military orders of Palestine. Princes even enrolled themselves in this holy militia and laid aside the insignia of their dignity to assume the red coat of arms of the Hospitallers or the white mantle of the Knights of the Temple. In all the nations of the West, castles and cities were bestowed upon them, which offered an asylum and support to pilgrims, and became auxiliaries to the kingdom of Jerusalem. As monks, as soldiers of Christ, they were remembered in every will, and not unfrequently became the heirs of monarchs and princes. The Knights of St. John and of the Temple for a length of time were deserving of the greatest praises. More happy and more worthy of the benedictions of posterity would they have been, if, in the end, they had not allowed themselves to be corrupted by their success and their wealth. And if they had not frequently disturbed the welfare of the state of which their bravery was the support. These two orders were, like a crusade that was unceasingly renewed, and preserved emulation in the Christian armies. The military customs and manners of the Franks who were then engaged in Palestine present an object worthy of fixing the attention of the historian and the philosopher, and may serve to explain the rapid rise and the following decline of the kingdom of Jerusalem. The spirit of honor which animated the warriors, and permitted them not to fly, even in an unequal fight, was the most active principle of their bravery, and would then take the place of discipline. To abandon a companion in danger, or to retire before an enemy, was an action infamous in the sight of God or man. In battle, their close ranks, their lofty stature, their war horses, like themselves covered with steel, overturned, dispersed, or bore down the numerous battalions of the Saracens. In spite of the weight of their armor, nothing could exceed the rapidity with which they passed to places the most distant. They were to be seen fighting almost at the same time in Egypt, on the Euphrates, and on the Orontes. And only left these their customary theaters of victory to threaten the principality of Damascus, or some city of Arabia. In the midst of their exploits they recognized no other law but victory, abandoned and rejoined at pleasure the standards which led them to the enemy, and required nothing of their chief but the example of bravery. As their militia had under its colors warriors of divers nations, the opposition of characters, the difference of manners and language, kept alive amongst them a generous emulation. But sometimes, likewise, gave birth to discord. Very frequently chance, or some unexpected circumstance, decided an enterprise or the fate of the campaign. When the Christian knights believed themselves in a condition to fight an enemy, they went to seek him, without taking the least pains to conceal their march. Confident of their strength, in their arms, and, above all, in the protection of heaven, made them neglect the stratagems and the artifices of war, and even the precautions most necessary to the safety of an army. Prudence in their chiefs frequently appeared to them an evidence of timidity or weakness, and many of their princes paid with their lives or their liberty for the vainglory of encountering useless perils in the Christian cause. The Franks of Palestine saw scarcely any dangers or enemies except such as met them in the field of battle. Several important enterprises, which fortune alone seemed to direct, were necessary to assure the safety and the prosperity of the Christian states in Asia. The first of these enterprises was to lower the power of the caliphs of Egypt. The second, to conquer and preserve the maritime cities of Syria in order to receive fleets and succor from the west. The third was to defend the frontiers and oppose on all sides a barrier against the Turks and Saracens. Each of those great interests, or rather all of these, interests united, constantly occupied the Franks established in Asia, without their having any other policy but
Didn't
that of
even put up a
circumstances, and without their employing, in order to succeed, any other means but their swords. It is in this view we must admire their efforts, and find that bravery, which supplied the place of everything wonderful. Among the illustrious pilgrims who at this time repaired to Palestine, and took part in the labors of the Christian knights, history ought not to forget Thal, Count of Anjou. He was the son of Thalford, reckoning Gertrude de Montfort, who became the wife of Philip, and for whose sake the King of France had braved all the thunders of the Church. Falcon of Anjou could not be consoled for the death of his wife Erenburge, daughter of Henry, Count of Maine. His grief led him into Palestine, where he maintained during a year 100 men-at-arms whom he led to battle. He united piety, valor, and attracted admiration by displaying all the qualities of a good prince. Baldwin, who had no male offspring, offered him his daughter Melisande in marriage and promised to have him nominated as successor. Thal accepted the proposition with joy and became son-in-law to the king of Jerusalem. From that time the two princes gave all their attention to promote the prosperity of the kingdom and to defend it against the Saracens. Their union served as a model to Christian princes and lasted till the death of Baldwin, who, seeing his last hour approach, ordered himself to be carried to a spot where Christ had risen again, and died in the arms of his daughter and his son-in-law, to whom, with his latest breath, he recommended the glory of the Christians of the East. Baldwin had a right mind, a lofty spirit, and unalterable mildness. Religion presided over his least actions and inspired all his thoughts. But he perhaps had more devotion than was suited to a prince or a warrior. He was constantly seen prostrated on the earth, and, if we may, believe Roman attire, his hands and knees were floating by practices of piety. He passed 18 years on the throne of Edessa, and 12 on that of Jerusalem. He was made prisoner twice, and remained 7 years in the chains of the infidels. He had neither the faults nor the high qualities of his predecessor. His reign was rendered illustrious by conquests and victories in which he bore no part. But he was not the less regarded by the Christians, who loved to contemplate the last of the companions of God
Somebody
Creek.
help. Please.
Under his reign, the public
Please.
manners began to decline. By his directions, a council was assembled at Naples to check licentiousness and punish offenders against order and morality. But the decrees of this council, 254, deposited in the churches, only served to prove the existence of disorders among the Christians, and did not, in any way, stop the progress of corruption, which rapidly increased under the following reigns. Baldwin was more happy in the measures which he undertook to increase the number of his subjects and enrich his capital. An edict suppressed all duties upon grain and vegetables brought into the holy city by the Syrians. Baldwin, by this means, improved the trade and population of Jerusalem and revived agriculture in the neighboring provinces. Thal, Count of Anjou, was crowned king of Jerusalem after the death of Baldwin. At his accession to the throne, discord disturbed the Christian states and even threatened with speedy ruin the principality of Antioch.
Oh no!
The son of Bohemond, who had recently assumed the reins of government, had been killed in a battle against the Turks of Asia. Viner, and a daughter, whom he had had by Alice, sister of Melisande, was called to the inheritance of her father's throne. But the weakness of her sex and age did not permit her to make good her claim. Alice, her mother, wished to get possession of the royal seat, and in the prosecution of her projects did not scruple to avail herself of the aid of the Saracens. Another candidate appeared in Roger, king of Sicily, who, as a member of the family of Bohemond and Tancred, had pretensions to the principality of Antioch. The people, the clergy, and the nobility were divided into several factions. the king of Jerusalem, as protector of the Confederation of the Franks in Asia, determined to re-establish order, and took the road to Antioch, with his barons and the knights of the Temple and St. John. The Count of Tripoli, who had embraced the party of allies, undertook to stop the king of Jerusalem on his passage. The powers of these two princes met. A battle ensued, and the plains of Phoenicia were stained with the blood of Christians shed in unnatural strife. Falk of Anjou, after having routed the troops of the Count of Tripoli, gained the banks of the Orontes, silenced the contending factions, and re-established peace. To perfect his work, he resolved to bestow the daughter of Bohemondon, a husband able to defend her rights, who would merit the confidence of the Christian warriors. Syria presenting to him no prince or knight worthy of his choice, he turned his eyes towards the princes of Europe, and nominated Raymond of Poitiers governor of Antioch, as Baldwin II had chosen him himself governor of Jerusalem. Thus Europe, which had found defenders for the Christian states of Asia, supplied them also with princes and kings. Raymond of Poitiers, brother of William, Duke of Aquitaine, left France with the scrip and staff of a pilgrim, and came into Syria to espouse the daughter of Baldwin, and reign with her on the banks of the Orontes. The troubles of Antioch had revived the pretensions of the emperors of Constantinople. John Comnenus, son and successor of Alexius, put himself at the head of an army, took possession of some places in Cilicia, and encamped before the walls of Antioch. After several conflicts, in which victory remained uncertain, negotiations were opened, which ended in the oath of obedience to the emperor being taken by Raymond of Poitiers. The two princes, united by a treaty, resolved to turn their arms against the Saracens. Their
Well, my daughter's up, so I wish I could get back in here for a little bit, but I'm gonna have to sign off. Let's see. Wow, just 15 minutes. Hold on a minute here. Maybe I'll just try to dive in it right quick. Get this taken care of. Ooh, and it's still CPL 0. Terrible.
Saracens. Their troops, which they commanded in person, attacked without success Aleppo and several other cities of Syria. The want of a good understanding, which accompanied the Greeks and Latins at all times, was sure to defeat their enterprises. The emperor returned with vexation to Antioch, of which he endeavored to make himself master, but was compelled by a sedition to leave the city hastily. He then formed the project of visiting Jerusalem at the head of his army, with the intention, if the Latins are to be believed, of obtaining possession of Palestine. Thou sent ambassadors to inform him that he could only be received in that holy city in the character of a simple pilgrim. Whereupon John, who did not dare to complain, sent presents to Thalcave and June, and gave up, without much pain, his idea of a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. After a campaign, for which he had drawn out all the strength of the empire, he returned to his capital, having obtained nothing by his enterprise but the vain and hollow homage of the prince at Antioch. Thalcave and June, after having re-established peace among his neighbors, found, on his return, that discord not only prevailed in his states, but had even made its way into his own house. Walter, Count of Caesarea, accused Hugh, Count of Jaffa, of the crime of treason towards his king. This latter noble had drawn upon himself the hatred of the king and the principal people of the kingdom, some say by his pride and disobedience, and others by his guilty connection with the Queen Melisande. When the barons had heard Walter of Caesarea, they decided that a battle, and cause, should take place between the accused and the accuser. And if the Count of Jaffa did not appear in the lists on the day nominated, he was declared guilty. Hugh was descended from the famous lord of Isaac, who raised the standard of revolt against the King of France, and who, conquered in the end by Louis Lopez, 255, despoiled of his possessions and banished his country, had taken refuge in Palestine, where his exploits had secured in the county of Jaffa, which he had transmitted to his son. He possessed the turbulent and impetuous character of his father, and, like him, could neither pardon an injury nor submit to an act of authority. On learning that he was condemned without being heard, he set no bounds to his anger, but hastened immediately to Ascalon to implore the aid of the infidels against the Christians. The Mussulmans, highly pleased with the division which had sprung up among their enemies, at once took the field, and ravaged the country as far as the city of Assur. Hugh, after having contracted a criminal alliance with the Saracens, shut himself up in Jaffa, where he was soon besieged by the king of Jerusalem. The thirst of vengeance animated both parties. Thalcave and June had sworn to punish the treason of his vassal, and Hugh was equally determined to succeed or bury himself under the ruins of Jaffa. Before the king's forces commenced the attack, the Patriarch of Jerusalem interposed his mediation and recalled to the minds of the Christian warriors the precepts of gospel charity. Hugh at first rejected all mention of peace with indignation, but having been abandoned by his followers, he at last lent an unwilling ear to the pacific appeals of the patriarch and consented to lay down his arms. The king of Jerusalem sent home his army, and the Count of Jaffa agreed to quit the kingdom, into which he was not to return till after 3 years of exile. He was awaiting in Jerusalem the favorable moment for his departure, when an unexpected circumstance was on the point of renewing stifled quarrels. It happened, says William of Tyre, 256, as a count was playing at dice in the street of the Furriers, before the shop of a merchant named Alphon, that a soldier, a Briton by nation, having drawn his sword, fell suddenly upon the said count, who, being attentive to his game, expected nothing less than such an attack, and, with the first cut, without the least warning, dealt him such a blow, with the said sword on the face as stretched him upon the ground. At the sight of such a tragical scene, the people gathered round in crowds, anxiously inquiring the cause of it. The whole city was filled with rumors of various kinds. All mourned the fate of the Count of Jaffa, and thought no more of his rebellion. They did not even hesitate to whisper complaints against the king, whom they accused of having himself directed the blood of the assassin. The king, however, caused the murderer to be immediately arrested, and he was tried with the utmost rigor of the laws. He was ordered to have his limbs broken, and the king, whilst confirming the sentence, only added that the assassin of the Count of Jaffa should not, as was usual, have his tongue cut out, in order that he might name his accomplices. The unhappy wretch expired, declaring that no one had induced him to commit the deed, but that he thought he should serve religion and was king by it. Every one was thus left free to form conjectures according to the feeling that animated him, or the party he had adopted. The Count of Jaffa was not long in recovering from his wound. At the end of a few months he quitted Palestine, and went to Sicily, where he died before the time fixed for the end of his exile. Queen Melusine entertained a deep resentment at all which had taken place, by which she proved that she was not a stranger to the origin of these fatal discords. From the day on which the Count left the kingdom, says William of Tyre, all who had against him been informers to the king, and brought him into his ill graces, so incurred the indignation of the queen that they were not in too great safety of their persons, and even the king did not seem to be quite at his ease among the relations and favorites of the queen. The anger of the queen, however, yielded to time, and did not outlive the Count of Jaffa. Falk himself, whether it was that age had blunted his feelings, or that it appeared not pleasant to him to efface the last traces of an unfortunate affair, repented of having compromised the honor of the queen, and neglected nothing that could make her forget the excess of his jealousy and the rigors he had employed. Amidst these disagreeable events, the king of Jerusalem had reason to congratulate himself at having no invasion of the Mussulmans to repel. The Prince of Mosul, Zengi, attacked some Christian fortresses, but he was soon diverted from his enterprise against the Franks by the project of uniting the Principality of Damascus to his states. The Muslim prince who reigned at Damascus could find no other means of resisting Zengi than by calling in the Christians to his help. The king of Jerusalem, after having received hostages and considerable sums of money, took the field at the head of his army for the purpose of defending a Muslim city. But Zengi, who feared to try his strength with the Franks, did not venture to attack Damascus. According to the conditions of the alliance with the Christians, the city of Panias, or Caesarea of Philippi, which had recently fallen into the hands of the Saracens, was to be given up to them. The warriors of Damascus and Jerusalem marched together to lay siege to that city, situated at the foot of Libanus, and near the sources of the Jordan. For the second time the standards of Christ and Muhammad were seen floating over one army and one camp. Caesarea of Philippi capitulated after a siege of a few days, and was given up to the king of Jerusalem. This conquest was the most important event that signalized the latter years of the reign of Falk of Anjou. The king of Jerusalem, whilst hunting in the plain of Ptolemy, fell from his horse and died of the fall, leaving no one to succeed him but 2 children of tender age. He was less regarded on account of his personal qualities and for the sad condition in which his death left the kingdom. William of Tyre, who praises the virtues of Falcon and Juno, remarks, with a naivete worthy of these remote times, that this prince had red hair, and yet he could not be reproached with any of the faults usually attributed to men of that color. He was more than 60 years of age when he ascended the throne of Jerusalem. In the last years of his life, his memory was so weakened that he did not know his own servants, and had not sufficient strength and activity to be the head of a kingdom surrounded by enemies. He employed himself more in building fortresses than in collecting armies, and in defending his frontiers than in making their conquests. Under his reign, the military ardor of the Christians seemed to grow weaker, and was displaced by a spirit of discord, which brought about calamities much greater than those of war. At the period of the coronation of Falcon and June, the Christian states were at the highest degree of their prosperity. Towards the end of his reign, they showed a tendency to decline. Baldwin III, 13 years of age, succeeded his father, and Queen Melusine became regent of the kingdom. Thus the reins of government fell from the weak and powerless hands of an old man into those of a woman and a child. Parties then sprung up around the throne. The clergy, the knights, the barons, even the people took a dangerous part in affairs of state, and the authority of the prince, which hitherto had been but that of the general of an army, lost under the regency of Queen Melusine the consideration and splendor it had derived from victory. The government insensibly assumed the turbulent form of a republic, and in the political relations which the Christians held at this period of the Saracens, 257, the latter believed that several chiefs were at the head of the kingdom of Jerusalem. Baldwin did not wait for the period of his majority to be crowned king, being scarcely 14 years old, when, in the presence of the barons and the clergy, he received the sword 258, with which he was to defend religion and justice. The ring, the symbol of faith, the scepter and the crown, marks of dignity and power, and the apple or globe, as an image of the earth and the kingdom he was called upon to govern. Young, Baldwin already displayed courage above his age. In the very first days of his reign, he achieved a glorious expedition beyond the Jordan, in which he gained possession of the Valley of Moses. But he had not experience enough to know what enemies he ought to attack or what allies he ought to defend. On his return from the expedition of the Jordan, he undertook an unjust and unfortunate war, the presage of a sad future for the kingdom of Jerusalem. An Armenian, who governed the city of Bosra in the name of the Sultan of Damascus, came to Jerusalem to offer to deliver up to the Christians the place which he commanded, and the barons and principal people were convoked to hear his proposals. The wiser part of the assembly referred to the alliance made with the Saracens of Damascus. The promises of an unknown soldier appeared to them to have no security, and to inspire no confidence. They said the kingdom of Jerusalem did not want for enemies to combat or conquests to attempt. It was their duty to attack the most formidable and protect the others as useful auxiliaries. This advice, which was the most reasonable, was that which obtained the smallest number of suffrages. Wonders were related of the country they were about to conquer. Bosra was the capital of Upper Arabia. All the riches of that country appeared already to belong to the Christians, and all who opposed a conquest so brilliant and so easy were accused of treason. They deliberated in the midst of tumult. 259, and the cries of a misled multitude smothered the voice of reason and prudence. The council of the barons and the principal people decided that an expedition, upon which so many hopes were built, should be undertaken. The Christian army was soon on its march and across the mountains of Libanus. When it arrived in the territory of Damascus, its first conflict was with the Saracens gathered together to oppose its passage. After sustaining several severe encounters, the Christians succeeded in gaining the country called Traconite, where they found nothing but plains burnt up by the ardent rays of the sun. The roads were difficult, and the locusts having fallen into the wells and cisterns, had poisoned all the waters. The inhabitants, concealed in subterranean caverns, laid ambushes in all directions for the Christian army, whilst the Mussulman archers, planted upon all the hills and declivities, left the warriors of Jerusalem not a moment's repose. The misfortunes of the army, it is William of Tyre who speaks, increased every day, and there was poured upon the Christians such a quantity, and as it were, continually, of all sorts of arrows, that they appeared to descend upon them like hail or heavy rain upon houses covered with slates and tiles, men and beasts being stuck all over with them. Nevertheless, the hope of winning a rich city sustained the courage of the Christian soldiers, and enabled them to brave all these
At least we
perils.
made time.
But when they arrived within sight of Basra, it was announced to them that the wife of the Armenian commandant had called.
Contact Litchfield, 297.275, 297.275, bijnamen.
All right. So thanks for tuning in, and until next time, it's not going to be next time. We got some cool stuff in store. See you tomorrow. Or maybe today if I get back on. But thanks. Always appreciate your company. Bye.